Live now. Good afternoon. Welcome to the August 26, 2020 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. In a moment, we will commence a call of our calendar, a copy of which can be found posted on the town's website. If you wish to join this virtual meeting, please do so by using the address www.brookhavenny.gov/join or utilize the virtual hearing link found on the Board of Zoning Appeals webpage on the town's website. Each of the applications before the board today will consist of three parts: the presentation of the applicant, the testimony of those wishing to speak on the application, and finally the rebuttal testimony of the applicant, limited to those issues brought up by persons speaking in opposition. At the conclusion of each of the presentations, this board will take one of three actions. We can decide the case today by a motion to grant or to deny the relief requested. Alternatively, we can close the public hearing and place the matter on our decision calendar. Finally, we could hold a public hearing open to a future date. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to grant the application, what this means is that the relief that you seek from this board has been granted. A grant letter will issue from the Board of Appeals office within 7 to 10 business days. That is the document that you return to the building department with to continue with your endeavor. If the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to close the public hearing and place the matter on our decision calendar, what this means is that your public hearing was held today and the record is now closed. Under the code, the board has 62 days in which to render a decision. Once that decision is rendered, the applicant will be notified directly. Those interested in viewing a copy of the board's decision can do so by accessing it off of the town's website under the calendar and agenda links for the Board of Zoning Appeals once that decision has been filed with the town clerk. Finally, if the motion that you hear at the end of your case is a motion to hold the public hearing open to a future date, this occurs when either an applicant has not met conditions precedent to the relief that they request from the board, or maybe more commonly, where the board requires additional information before deciding the application. In this instance, the public hearing record is held open to a future date. On that future date, the required information is made part of the record, and then the matter closed for decision. Having said that, I want to remind everyone that this is a virtual hearing on a Zoom platform. Most of our hearings involve more than 100 participants. In order for us to determine what case you're here to speak on, you will need to name yourself with your name and the case number that you came to speak on. In that way, we can pull you up when it's time for the case to be heard by all speakers involved. So if there's anyone on the panel now, I see 21 attendees, and that will grow as the hearing goes on. But if anyone is listed without a case number, please rename yourself with the case number now. I thank you for your attention. Please stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Good afternoon again. Welcome again to the August 26, 2020 session of the Board of Zoning Appeals. May we have roll call?
Board members: James Mazzarella.
Present.
Charles Lazaru.
Present.
Rick Cunha.
Present.
Ronald Lindsay.
Present.
Howard Bergson.
Present.
Deputy Chair James Wisdom.
Present.
Chairman Paul DeChance.
Present. We have a full board here today, and I understand we only have one adjournment from the 2 p.m. interval calendar. Ms. Riccardi will read that for the record now.
Case numbers 10 through 13, Grid Strategies, Inc., requesting October 21st.
Is there a motion from the board?
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. With that said, then we can commence this hearing with a 2 p.m. interval calendar with cases 1 and 2.
CJC Home Builders Corp., care of CKG Permit Service, Inc., P.O. Box 87, Bellport. Properties located on the northeast corner, Wavecrest Drive and Claremont Drive, Mastic Beach. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 2 plots, 1 and 2, requiring lot area, lot frontage on both streets, front yard setback from both streets, and rear yard variances for a proposed one-family dwelling on lot 1. Also, lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback, rear yard, and minimum and total side yard variances for a proposed one-family dwelling on lot 2.
Mr. Vega, do we have any of the applicant's representatives with us?
Mr. Chair, we do not.
All right, and that would be, as I understood it, Claire
Greco,
Greco.
CKG
Claire
permit.
Greco's none? CKG. Larry Davis, is he out there? I think he had some sort of involvement with this also. Nothing?
Larry is here, but he's not here for that one.
All right. The record should reflect that this matter was filed with the board in August as a land division for 2 proposed dwellings. A survey was prepared in May indicating 2 proposed dwellings on a single parcel. A full environmental access form was filled out by the applicant's representative, again under oath, indicating 2 proposed dwellings on a parcel. The application to the Board of Appeals dated August 7, 2020. Again, referencing in the applicant's hand, proposed division of lot into 2 lots for proposed 2 lots 1 and 2 for proposed new house on each lot. Upon further review and investigation by the Board of Appeals, it is determined that one of the houses is existing, apparently pursuant to a permit unknown that was issued by the building department. In this instance, the applicant is required now to provide the board with an as-built survey with the actual setbacks of the one existing house. And as a result, I'm going to ask the board for a motion to dismiss this application. Applicant can reapply with an as-built survey to pursue their land division request.
So moved.
The
Second.
motion is made by the chair. I heard Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion
Abstain.
carries. Record should reflect that Mr. Cunha has abstained from that motion. Motion carries 6 in favor with 1 abstention.
Case numbers 3 and 4, 801 Post Realty LLC, care of JW Consulting, PO Box 674, Quorum. Property was located on the west side of Westfield Road, 200 feet north of Middle Country Road, Quorum. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 2 plots 1 and 2, requiring lot frontage and rear yard variances for proposed 1-family dwelling. Also relief from Town Law 280A on Lot 1. Applicant requests lot frontage variance for proposed 1-family dwelling and relief from Town Law 280A on Lot 2.
All right, then I see John Weiss with us. Mr. Weiss, let me ask you to give your attention, please, to Mr. Doyle, the board's attorney, to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Let's start with your appearance for the record, please.
My name is John Weiss, Post Office Box 674, here on behalf of the applicant.
All right, then, Mr. Weiss, as you are aware, and those interested in the application should be aware, the board's planner reviewed this application and provided the board with certain written comments. Mr. Reed is here, though. We will have him sworn, and he can testify as to his findings.
John?
Yes?
Swear in. John Doyle.
Oh, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Property is located on the south side of Devon Lane, 127 feet west of Westfield Road in the Hamlet of Quorum. The applicant is proposing to divide the 85,333 square foot parcel into 2 lots of 40,478 square feet and 44,855 square feet, with access to the proposed lots intended via a 16-foot wide common driveway extending from Westfield Road. And the property is located within both the A1 Residence District and Hydrogeological Zone 6, requiring 40,000 square feet. And the proposal conforms to the underlying zoning and health department requirement. It is noted that in 2001, the planning board granted a 3-lot land division consisting of the subject parcel and lot 10 on the radius map, stemming from an application known as Devon Lane at Quorum. This approval provided for the commercial lot on parcel 10 and the 2 residential lots on the subject parcel, with conditions including but not limited to the following: that clearing shall not exceed 53% for lots 1 and 2, and a common driveway with drainage shall be installed for lots 1 and 2. And the 2001 land division approval also revealed a planning board lot frontage variance, which was granted for lots 1 and 2 of 26.33 feet. And the application before the Board of Appeals is in substantial conformance with the planning board endeavor, with one inherent difference: access. And the planning board approval revealed that Devon Lane was intended to be improved up to town specifications up to the subject property. Then a common driveway was proposed for access to the new homes. The current endeavor now intends to construct a private common driveway from Westfield Lane within the Devon Lane right-of-way, and as such now requires relief of Town Law 280A. Town Law 280A is the ordinance for permits for structures not on improved map streets, and states that no permit for the erection of any building shall be issued unless a street or highway giving access to such proposed structure is on an existing state, county, or town highway. And staff finds that there are feasible alternatives for the applicant
Never
to
heard a problem
pursue
before.
other than the variance relief for Town
So,
Law
When I
280A,
do the screen share,
which was demonstrated
always
with the
done that.
2001
says select
Planning
an
Board
application.
approval. Instead of a 16-foot private driveway, a 24-foot road up to town specifications can be provided to the subject property, and then the proposed driveways could be continued to provide access to the homes. And an inquiry to the applicant's representative is recommended as to why a driveway within the Devon Lane right-of-way is now being intended for access. Should the board find relief of Town Law 288 to be appropriate, staff recommends that the application be subject to the abandonment of the Devon Lane right-of-way. Due to the fact that the front yard faces Westfield Road, a rear yard variance is also required. And there is no objection for same in that visually it would appear as a side yard due to the orientation of the proposed dwelling. And wherein a 25-foot side yard is required within the A1 zone. As per SEQA, the application is an unlisted action with the negative declaration recommended.
All right, then, for the record, that is the testimony of the board's planner, Christopher Reed. Mr. Weiss, have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes, I have.
All right, just before you get into your presentation, explain to me why, since there was a land division grant, I know that includes the commercial lot, but since there was a land division grant with the planning board, why isn't the applicant returning to the planning board for this relief?
Well, one, they can't.
Okay,
The relief we're seeking is the 2-lot subdivision. The 280A, we're attempting to get the 16-foot driveway that the surveyor put in. I have no idea what he was on that day. We never would have had drawn that. We agree totally with the 24-foot wide road that Mr. Reed has recommended. If we can amend the 288 to include the 24-foot road, and then go forward with the 288 with that. 288 says we have to comply with 277, which says we have to go before planning in order to get the road put in properly. If the board would feel better having Mr. Reed's stipulation put in that we go to planning for the 24-foot wide road, we will withdraw the 288 and accept the stipulation that we will go to planning just as he requested, as it is the same exact requirements that we're looking for. And as far as going back to the 2001 grant, The 2001 grant was submitted by at the time where the Commissioner of Planning was under the impression that the Planning Board had the authority to grant area variances. They do not.
Well, we all, those of us that were here during that time period do recall that occurring, and certainly we've moved beyond that, John. But the last thing you said though was if you gave yourself two alternatives. The second one was where there was no where there was no 280A relief. Can you just spell that out one more time for me?
The 288 specifically states that we have to comply with 277. We would propose a 24-foot wide roadway going in. When 288 does not provide for private driveways, it only provides for roads. So therefore, on the 288, we will apply for a 24-foot wide road and make it conform to the stipulations that are required under 277, which goes before the planning board for review with the planning staff. And they will decide the type of road, they will decide the pitch of the road, whether any lighting is required on the road, drainage
Yes.
to the
So,
road.
but in that instance, you would not require the relief that you're requesting today from us.
We never would have asked for a 16-foot. That was the surveyor who put that in. He made a boo-boo.
Well, how do you want to proceed then? Are you going to present on this on your survey, or do you want to take this back, talk to planning, and see whether or not the applicant wants to proceed with the 280A relief as proposed?
We would agree to the stipulations that Mr. Reed presented, that we can put in a 24-foot wide road.
Let me ask Mr. Reed for further comment on that issue.
Sure.
So what I would recommend is if the applicant is amenable, and it sounds like he is, we can eliminate the request for town law 280A, and we can delete conditions number 7 and 8 of the recommended mitigation from the BZA planner. And if that occurs, I would recommend an approval as presented as amended.
Mr. Weiss, did you want to respond to that?
I'm totally in agreement.
You're in agreement with that. All right,
Yes.
then why don't I give you the opportunity to put on the presentation that you were going to, if you want to skirt those issues because you want to. Well, maybe I should ask you first. Are you in a position to amend the application to eliminate the relief of town law 280A?
Yes, I've already spoken to the applicant's attorney.
All right then. Let me have that from the board, please. Motion. Is there a motion
Don't
to?
move, Mr. Chair.
That motion is by Mr. Cunha. I'll take the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Then the application only seeks left frontage and rear yard for lots 1 and 2. Mr. Weiss, let me give you this opportunity to present that application to us.
The application that was originally presented, that planning has agreed to as far as the size of the lots. We have health department, we already have health department approval from the prior grant. And we feel that it's not going to disrupt in any particular manner any of the surrounding property's value. We're only going to add to it, and we don't see anything disruptive in it.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Questions from the board?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Hey, John, how are you?
Excellent.
So my questions were pertaining to the 280A relief. You obviously changed that, and you're installing, from what I understand, a road.
Yep.
24-foot wide road. How do these lots compare to the area, John?
We're larger. As you can see on the aerial that's on the board right now, all the lots on the next street to the north are all substantially smaller. You don't have any 40,000 square foot lots. We're larger than any residential lot in the immediate area. You can go 500 feet and you're not going to find anything.
So
at
in the
40,000.
neighborhood, in your opinion, these lots that are proposed are larger than any of the residential lots that exist.
Correct.
Of course, we're not comparing it to the commercial, obviously, but the residential lots, they're all substantially smaller is what you're saying than what you're proposing.
Correct.
And these are similar to the lots that were proposed on the prior grant from the planning board?
Identical.
Okay, and they also had a flag lot situation at that time as well?
The application, as far as the two lots are concerned, are identical.
All right, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Mr. Vega, do we have any further speakers on the application?
I do, Mr. Chairman, I have no speakers, but I have a number of people on there who have not identified themselves with a case number
All right,
or
thank you.
even spoke to us through chat.
Thank you. Mr. Riccardi, do we have anything written? All right, then. If there's nothing further, I'll ask the board for a motion on the application.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as amended.
Second.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Cunha moves to grant as amended with the proviso that the applicant will submit revised surveys to the Board of Appeals office for review and approval within, Lori, how many days? Do we have terminology for that? As part of the grant? And the application is subject to the submission of those revised surveys. That motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by the chair. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. Weiss, thank you very much.
Thank you very kindly. Have a great day, folks.
You too.
Five, 6, and 7. Philip Carlucci and Kenneth Carlucci, care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson Station. Properties located on the southwest corner, Halleck Avenue and Sycamore Street, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 2 plots, 1 and 2, requiring lot area, lot frontage on Sycamore Street, rear yard variance for existing one-family dwelling on lot 1. Rear yard and total side yard variances for existing one-story residence addition, front yard setback variance from Sycamore Street for proposed detached garage located in the required front yard on lot 1. Also, lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback variances for a proposed one-family dwelling on lot 2.
All right, while we're waiting for the applicant's representative to come on, I want to remind everyone who has joined this meeting and is sitting as an attendee to please rename yourself with the case number that you are here to speak on. If you have any question concerning the manner in which to do that, there is a Q&A section, there's a chat section, there's a section on the platform where you can just raise your hand and we will inquire directly with you. Please do so and rename yourself to identify yourself with a case number. Mr. Vega, do we have a representative here?
Mr. Chair, I have Michael Strauss for the applicant. I apologize
you.
for that.
Mr. Strauss, we can see you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I hope you're all well.
We are, thank you. Let's start with your appearance for the record.
Michael Strauss, 907 Main Street, Port Jefferson, for the applicant who is the owner of the property.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss, and thank you for returning on this particular application. As you are aware, the board's planner did take a look at the revised surveys submitted by your office, and we do have him here to testify. We'll take that testimony now.
The property is located on the southwest corner of Halleck Avenue and Sycamore Street in the hamlet of Port Jefferson Station. The applicant is proposing to divide the 37,838 square foot parcel into 2 lots of 17,791 square feet and 20,047 square feet. Property is improved with a 1-story dwelling, which is to remain on lot 1, and wherein a certificate of existing use is pending, and the detached garage and shed are intended to be removed. And a new single-family dwelling is proposed designated as Lot 2, with access intended via Halleck Street for Lot 1 and Sycamore Street for Lot 2. It is noted that the applicant originally submitted a 3-lot land division of the property, which was postponed. Carlucci, case number 4 through 7 of May 2020. The applicant has revised the endeavor for 2 lots after certain concerns about the prior application was raised by board members. It is recommended that the board incorporate the minutes from the prior record. The current endeavor reduces both the quantity and magnitude of variance relief and now compares favorably for lot area with 65% of the improved lots in the locale, up from 24% with the prior endeavor. Staff notes the proposed dwelling is intended at 55 feet by 35 feet, although a larger envelope is depicted. In order to prevent a potential home the size of the envelope, staff recommends an approval of the 2-lot land division as presented, with mitigation attached for the board's consideration, including a mandate for a 2-story dwelling size not to exceed 55 feet by 35 feet in size. As per SEQA, the application is unlisted with a negative declaration recommended.
All right, then for the record, those are the comments of the board's planner, Christopher Reed. Mr. Strauss, the record, I guess, should reflect that this matter was previously brought to us as a 3-lot land division. As you will recall, we went through a fairly extended public hearing back in, was it March? Some time ago. I do want to ask the board for a motion to incorporate the minutes of that prior hearing with this hearing.
Well,
I think I heard Mr. Bergson,
second.
second by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Mr. Strauss, I see that now. It was May 20, 2020. In fact, that 3-lot land division was at your request marked withdrawn at the beginning of this hearing. Do I have that right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, and we're here for the existing dwelling and 1 new lot for a total of 2 lots.
Thank you. I don't feel the need to send you through a presentation, although if you want that opportunity, you may have it.
Just very briefly, I think Mr. Rees summarized it well. Obviously, the application's very substantially in conformance with the nature and character of the area. We are in agreement with all the proposed mitigation measures, including limiting the house size to 55 by 35 for a 2-story house, and we respectfully request that the application be granted.
Thank you. I want to thank you and commend you both and the applicant for considering the board's concerns and comments at the last hearing. As you will recall, the original presentation required 12 variances and still had would only maintain 24% of the lot area. This application, while it's a 2-lot land division, increased that conformance and reduced the a number of variances to half of what was being originally proposed. So we thank you for having the client consider what was discussed at that prior hearing. And as a result, if there's nothing further from the board, I'm going to move to grant the application as an unlisted action with a negative declaration with all mitigation measures of the BZA planner.
Second.
That motion is made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Case numbers 8 and 9, Olindo Rosigno, care of Michelle Catrali, 100 Colonial Drive, East Patchogue, located on the south side, Moriches Middle Island Road, 306 feet west of West End Avenue, Shirley. Applicant requests division of a parcel into 2 plots, A and B, requiring lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback, rear yard, and total side yard variances for a proposed 1-family dwelling on lot A. Lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback, rear yard, and minimum and total side yard variances for proposed 1-family dwelling on lot B.
Mr. Chair, I have Michelle Quattrelli for the applicant. Mr. Chair, you're muted.
All right, Ms. Catrelli, we can see you, but you're still on mute. If you can just unmute yourself. I think we did this last time also. Ms. Cuccelli, can you resolve the mute? I think that you're here now.
Yes.
Very good. Let me just find you on my list of people. Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon. Let's start with having you sworn. Mr. Doyle.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. And your appearance for the record.
Michelle Quattrelli, agent for the applicant, 100 Colonial Drive in East Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you, Ms. Cuccelli. As you are aware, the board's planner reviewed this application for comment to the board. Mr. Reed is here. We'll start with his testimony.
Property is located on the north side of Collin Drive, 300 feet west of West End Avenue in the hamlet of Shirley. The applicant is proposing to divide the 28,582 square foot parcel into two lots of 12,000 square feet and 16,582 square feet, with access to the proposed lots intended via Mauritius Middle Island Road for Lot A and Collin Drive for Lot B. And the property is located within the A1 Residence District, requiring a minimum lot size of 40,000 square feet, and the proposal does not conform to the underlying zoning requirement. In 1988 and 89, the town board, on the town board's own motion, rezoned large areas of the town to increase the lot area needed for residential dwellings, to protect groundwater and surface water quality, as well as to limit the burden on public facilities and infrastructure. And the applicant apparently acquired the subject property in 2017. There are a total of 66 improved residential lots within the 500-foot radius. 59% have lot frontage conformance with the application, and 62% enjoy lot area conformance. It is noted that the Central Pine Barrens area was expanded to this area in 2014, and as such is regulated by the Pine Barren Ordinance. And the project is classified as development pursuant to Town Code and Environmental Conservation Law Article 57, in that the proposal does not comply with the lot area requirement of the A1 Residence District. And as such, the proposal must comply with the development standards contained in Section 85-723 of Town Code, including a maximum 53% clearing of the overall lot area. No clearing calculations were depicted on the land division plan, and clearing envelopes may be feasible. However, based upon the proposed lot sizes, along with the proposed dwellings, septic, leaching pools, semicircular driveway improvements, and certain existing clearing on Lot 2, meeting clearing mandates may be problematic, and if so, there may be very little usable space for the potential homeowners when meeting the requisite clearing standards. And the parcel is also located within the Carmens River watershed, and the town has completed the Carmens River Conservation and Management Plan adopted in 2013. And the goals of the plan include, but are not limited to, the following: that any new development or redevelopment in the Carmens River watershed should not adversely impact water quality in the Carmens River or the key ecological communities in the Carmens River watershed. And the plan reveals the quality of groundwater determines the quality of water in the Carmens River. And the plan mapped groundwater contributing areas and made it part of the management plan. Staff finds that the parcel is within 2 to 5 year groundwater contributing area of the river, or the amount of time groundwater travels to surface water. And as such, when you're closer to the river, associated nitrogen-related impacts increase. And the plan makes certain recommendations, one of which involves zoning board actions that include the following: that the Town of Brookhaven Board of Appeals, to the extent permitted by Town Law Section 267B, should evaluate all requests for variances relating to their consistency with the goals and recommendations of the management plan. As previously indicated, there are certain issues pertaining to clearing mandates, and as such, staff recommends this matter be held open in order to have the applicant demonstrate clearing envelopes depicted on the land division plan in order to demonstrate compliance with the requisite Pine Barren standards before rendering a decision on the land division endeavor.
For the record, that is the testimony of the board's planner, Christopher Reed. Ms. Cutrelli, how do you want to proceed here?
Please, I want to state for the record that my client's parents owned lots 12 and 13 since 1978, which fronts on Moriches Middle Island Avenue, Middle Island Road, excuse me, lot number 27-2 since 1977, which fronts on Colon Drive, and they were never merged together at that time. Mr. Reed is correct that in 2017, my client inherited the 3 lots from his parents and had an opportunity to increase the size of these parcels and purchase lots 9 through 11 on Moriches Middle Island Road and lots 27-1 on Colon Drive, which is what is before you today. And 27-1 and 27-2 must have been merged at one point. That's why there are points at the end of the lot numbers. He purchased this, but was unaware that Central Pine Barrens was expanded to this area. And unfortunately, by purchasing the additional parcels and not having good counsel at the time, they were unintentionally merged, which brings us to you today. There are 74 residential parcels within the 500-foot radius and 2 commercial lots. 7 of those 74 are vacant lots within 40-foot lot frontages, and all 7 have lot area of under 9,000 square feet. The remaining 67 parcels are all improved. Lot A has 53 lots out of 74 that are less than or equal to our 16,852 square feet lot area. So that's about 72% conformity. Lot A also has 66 parcels out of the 74 that have been less than or equal to our 122.5 foot lot frontage, or 89% conformity. On Lot B, there's 50 lots out of 74 that have less than or equal to our 12,000 square foot lot area, or approximately 66% conformity. And Lot B has 47 parcels out of the 74 lots that have less than or equal to our 80-foot lot frontage, and that's about a 64% conformity. These percentages are higher than most property splits that come before this board and were granted. The proposed setbacks are in conformance with the nature and character of the area and are a minimum variance for the board to grant. And we believe that we can be in compliance with the clearing requirements of the Pine Barrens ordinance. These parcels are between 2,500 and 3,000 feet, 3,000 feet from the Commons River, and will not have a little to no impact, in our opinion. We believe that our requests conform to the area and will not have an adverse impact to the surrounding parcels or the environment, and will not create an undesirable change in the character of the area. If this board were in favor of granting our 2 lot splits due to an unintentional merge, I would request that you condition the grant with us to conforming to the 53% clearing limits. We have no problem with doing that, and it would eliminate us having to come back before you. If the board has any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Cutrelli. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Charles
Lazarus.
Lazar. How are
Good
you?
afternoon.
I'm good, Mr. Lazarus. How are you?
Good. I had a number of questions to ask you, but I think in your presentation you've answered some of them, but primarily, if you are in the process of comparing these lots with others, in viewing the aerial view and the 500-foot radius plan that was given to us a few days ago, it seems that they are in fact larger than most others.
Correct.
There is a few concerns of mine relative to the amount of variances or the ease of variances that you were requesting. I don't know if I've forgotten if Mr. Reed had pointed out to you, but I would count that there was 10 variances in requested for review in these two lots, A and B. About 4 or 5 of them I had ticked off as okay, but the amount relaxation pertaining to this particular property, not comparing it with others, is a little bit extreme. But I think we have to go beyond that and figure out and consider it in comparison with the neighborhood. One of the things that I have as far as a concern, well, it isn't really a concern. Perhaps you can clarify it. Let's pay our attention to Lot A.
Yes.
On Lot A, the site plan, excuse me, that I have, there is a cellar entrance to the proposed building on Lot A. I believe it's Lot A, yes. Does that mean that there is no interior access to the cellar?
No, there is an interior access to the cellar.
There is.
Correct.
Okay.
There will be, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Most people these days like to have an outside entrance to bring things in and out rather than have to go through the house.
I realize that it's convenience. It's nice to be outside and not have to go into the house to go down to the cellar.
Correct.
However, my question is, am I right or am I wrong? If we're looking at a rear yard setback, does it go to the building or does it go to the extremities of the outside cellar entrance?
It goes to the building. You're allowed a 5-foot encroachment on outside cellar entrance.
And how wide is the cellar entrance?
That's probably about, it's only about 4 or 5 feet. I can measure for you.
It's all right.
It's about 4 feet.
Okay. And the other thing I wanted to point out, these are 2-story frame dwellings and there's 4 bedrooms.
Yes, sir.
And you very nicely laid out and indicated the elevations of the first floor. You might want to take a look at this Lot B. There's an incorrect indication of the first floor elevation as compared to the spot elevations that you have on the outside of the building.
Yes, I see that.
Not
Yes.
important, not important, but it should be corrected.
Yes.
Okay. From the aerial, I noticed that it's densely vegetated, RC, trees and plants.
Lot A is vegetated. Lot B, the neighbor to the east has been using that property in the front, so it's been semi-cleared. If you
Lot
look,
A in the front?
Lot B, the 80 by, the one on Colon Drive.
Yes, yes.
Front portion of that is, if you look at my photos, I don't know if they gave you the photos, but the neighbor to the east is parking his vehicles, commercial vehicles and items on there.
And another question I might have, it's nice to have the luxury of a circular driveway.
We will eliminate that circular driveway. There is no need for that on either one of the lots.
Well, it was a good question only because of the fact that I think that you'd save the applicant the time and energy of trying to figure out if he's going to meet the clearing requirements.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. One other nitty gritty. I'm not being anal, please. On Lot 1,
Yes.
if you go from the septic tank to the leaching pool, and you also have an expansion, that expansion goes directly from the septic tank, whereas in Lot B, it goes through the leaching pool to the expansion. Any purpose for that, or is the health department?
I didn't design that, but I will check into that with the designer and see if there's an error that was made, or that would be suitable with Suffolk County Health Department.
Yeah, my question was, sometimes the health department might direct you to do some things like that, but I'm not sure. Um,
Yeah, at this point in time, no, they have not directed us.
Okay. With respects to the clearing, as Mr. Reed has indicated, being that this is in the Pine Barrens, perhaps it might be prudent, I don't know, based on the recommendations of the board, we may want to revisit it, even if conditional approval is made that you do submit a clearing plan.
If you make the grant condition to that, we would not be able to get a building permit unless this, and a CO, unless we abide by that 53% clearing. So if you condition it, then we would have to. No ifs,
I
ands,
see.
buts.
I see. At this point, I don't really believe I have any more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Ms. Cuccioli, I want to move back from the specifics of construction and talk about the idea of a land division a little bit more. I know in your presentation, what you did is what you would, how you would treat a normal residential lot, and give us a discussion concerning the conformity of lot frontage and lot area, but this is not, as you know, a traditional residential lot. It's burdened in many respects. One, significantly by the fact that it is considered part of the Pine Barrens and requires or limits clearing to 53%, as indicated by Mr. Reed. In addition, you know that it is part of the Carmen's River watershed, and as a result, we're guided by the Conservation and Management Plan that was adopted by the town board in 2013, and that plan requires this board's consideration of the zone, specifically with regard to the zoning when deciding these applications. Initially, when it comes just to the Pine Barrens requirements, you recognize that that maintaining the clearing required would have clearing to the rear foundation or very close to the rear foundation of the house, meaning there could be no use outside of the house. And I think that consideration should be
On Lot B,
relevant to the board's consideration of this application.
well,
in
on
addi-
Lot B, we would have about 4,200 square feet that we would have to basically have free. We have a 12,000 lot. We got a 6,360 square feet we have to keep.
Listen, and
natural.
certainly if the applicant wishes to continue with this proposal, you'll get those, you'll bring us back revised surveys and they'll show us the clearing, and we'll see how tight it's going to be, because they're not going to have anything in the backyard. It's just not going to happen. In addition to that,
Well,
you
on Lot
you
B,
know.
they could have a deck. In Lot B, they could have a deck to square.
Well, you're
square
talking
out the
about Lot B
property.
because the clearing on Lot A is so significant right now that they probably can't step out the side or rear door. And I may be exaggerating, but I think when you have your surveys done, you're going to see how significant it is. In addition, as you know, under the Carmen's River management plan, it specifically says this board needs to evaluate all variances relating to their consistency with the goals and recommendations of the management plan. So this is an A1 zone.
We will be
and-
consistent with the 53%.
Well, no, you're talking about Pine Barrens. I'm talking about now the Carmen's River water, the management
We are
plan.
3,000 feet away from the Carmen's River.
You're within a one to
We're
two. You're within a 1 to 2 year contributing area, and as a result,
It's a minimal.
I see what you're saying, but I also know that this plan was adopted by the town board and was taken as a result of the research that was done. I'm only going by what the code is going to tell this board it has to consider. And if we're going to be consistent with zoning, I want to spell out specifically for the record and for the board's head that this is an A1 residence zone, and the whole lot is 28,000 square feet. So you're just over half of what the zoning would require, and you're proposing 14,000, must be 14,000 square foot lots, or I'm sorry, there's two different ones, 12 and 16. So is that consistent with the zoning and the plan? That'll be a question for the board. I'm suggesting to you that it's my guess that when the applicant filed this, what they weren't aware of either that the parcel was burdened by one or both of the burdens that it does have. If you want to proceed with it, I'll be happy to hold over for your revised survey so the board could see exactly how much space we're dealing with here. All right?
Yes, hold it over. I'll get the revised survey showing the clearing and prove to this board that we'll be in compliance.
All right, is there anything further from the board on the application?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
Shall I have a question? How many more parcels exist in the area that are similar in size or that can be developed or that these would set precedent for?
There's 2 parcels to the east of Lot A that is owned by an individual. That's a 40-foot lot. I think that is 2 separate lots. There are 7 vacant lots, but they're all 40-foot lots, and unless they get merged with the neighbors to either side of it, they're not good buildable. The only ones that could be merged would be the one that is to the east of this parcel here of Lot A.
Okay, and further question. I know Mr. Lazaro touched on the health department, but I wanted to ask, you said you're how far from the Carmen's River watershed?
We're about 3,000 feet, 25 to 3,000, depending on which angle you want to take.
Okay, and how does the health department take that distance? Are they requiring an IA system or any sort of system to protect that watershed?
No, they do not. They're just waiting for this property split from you, and I'll be getting my health department. They have no problem with our submission.
Okay, and with regard to the town law regarding IA systems, are you required also to put one in on this parcel?
No, because we're not within 500 feet of surface water.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there anything further from the board on the application?
I have correspondence. This is email from Robert Camillo, 89 Collin Drive, requesting rejection of the application. There are several homes in the area, especially on Collin Drive, with insufficient front, side, and or rear setbacks. These homes result in little privacy, bordering homes because they are squeezed in where they do not belong. Many of these homes with insufficient clearance also often have insufficient parking as a result. We must preserve open space in our neighborhoods. Many of the wooded lots in our area have been torn down. If applicant's plot B does not meet the town's minimum requirements as stated, then it must not be approved.
I'm sorry, what was his name, Lori?
Robert Camillo.
Do you-
Carrillo, C-A-R-R-I. I think it's C-A-R-R-I-L-O or C-A-M-I-L-O. I can't make it out.
Do we know what parcel he is on?
He says his address is 89 Collin Drive.
We do see Ms. We do see Ms. Cutrelli that 89 looks like it's a narrow lot, so I'm sure that's what your point's going to be. Although the radius map says it's owned by Edna Cruz, so I'm not sure where why that is.
All right, okay. That's 2 lots to the east of parcel B.
That would be
Okay,
89, yes.
okay.
Is there anything further from the board? All right, I think the second hearing in September, what is that?
It's September 23rd.
Is there a motion to hold over until September 23?
So moved.
Motion?
Second.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Ms. Cutrelli, if you get those surveys, revised surveys early, please provide them before the hearing. Thank you.
Will do. Thank you.
Case number 14, R&P Mall LLC, 285 Arkansas Drive, Brooklyn. Property is located on the north side of Wisconsin Highway, 487 feet east of Halleck Road, Stony Brook. Applicant requests height variance for proposed relocation of 19 foot 5 inch high, 122 square foot double-sided pylon sign to be set back less than the required 22 feet from Wisconsin Highway. 5 feet is requested.
Do we have an applicant?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
I have Diane Laspisa with the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Also, this is a sign application. Do we have elevations or photographs or anything for the board to look at?
I
There we go.
have
Thank you. Thank
on
you.
the screen.
Ms. Laspisa, I'm looking for you now. I don't see you promoted yet, but I'm sure it's going to happen soon.
Just waiting for her video and audio.
All
I
right,
think you should
Diana,
hear
we
her.
can see you. Can you hear us now?
Yes,
Very good. Let's just start with by having you sworn by Mr. Doyle.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Ms. Laspisa, your appearance for the record, please.
Diana Laspisa with Moreno Expediting Services, 28 Edward Street, Bethpage, New York, 11714, here on behalf of the property owner, R&P Mall LLC.
Thank you. The record should reflect that the board's planner, Christopher Reed, reviewed this application. He is here to testify as to his findings.
Applicant seeks area variances for existing ground sign, and the property is located on the north side of New York State Route 347, 487 feet east of Howard Road in the Hamlet of Stony Brook and known as the Crossroads Plaza Shopping Center. It is noted that the applicant submitted an application for a 20-foot high, 144 square foot ground sign with a conforming setback at 28.5 feet from New York State Route 347, which was granted at 20 feet in height, with the ground sign not to exceed 10 feet in width and 100 square feet, stemming from an application by the applicant, R&P Mall LLC, case number 5 of June 15, 2016, and the board may wish to incorporate the minutes from the prior record. The proposed sign conforms to both the height and width of the board's mandate. The sign is 22 square feet larger, and instead of having a 28.5 foot setback, the existing relocated sign enjoys a 5 foot setback. As evident from the 2016 survey depicting the ground sign location, there do not appear to be any practical difficulty meeting code requirement for setback. It is noted that the board granted permission for a 15-foot setback for Friendly's, which is adjacent to the subject to the west, stemming from an application known as Friendly's, case number 2 of May 15, 2013, and the application is a type 2 action.
For the record, then, that is the testimony of Christopher Reed. Ms. Laspisa, what would you like to tell us here?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. Diana Laspisa here on behalf of R&P Mall LLC. And we're requesting permission to relocate an existing ground sign holding a setback of 5 feet instead of the required 22 feet off of 347, requesting a height relaxation of 19.5 feet instead of the permitted 12 feet, and requesting an increase in allowable square footage from 122 square feet, where 32 square feet is required. As per Mr. Reed's report, this application was before the board in 2016. This property was before the board. At that time, the landlord's intention was to construct a new ground sign. That was the proposal then, was to demolish the sign that's before you today and construct a brand new sign. As a result of the outcome of that meeting, the landlord decided not to proceed with rebuilding a new sign and had just maintained the sign that is currently there now and which is before you today. As Mr. Reed stated, regarding the width that was granted by the board, and the height were going to be about 5 inches or a half a foot lower than what was previously granted. The square footage that is proposed is 22 square feet smaller than what the board was before the board in 2016. And the panels on the proposed sign at that time were larger. Each tenant panel was larger. I think it was, let me look at the plan that I had. I think it was 2 foot. Most of the tenant panels were proposed at 2 foot. There was 4 levels at 2 feet and then 1 at 2 foot 8 inches, where now the existing sign and what's before you today is 4 lines of 1 foot 4 inches. So it's generally each line of tenant panel is about 8 inches smaller. So that kind of brings it more into compliance with the board's previous grant, but it still is slightly over. There are 9 tenants in that shopping center, and in their lease agreement, they are required to provide them space on the tenant panels. Because of the way that the building is kind of situated on the property and the way that 347 traveling westbound is somewhat angled, it's difficult to see. The only tenant that you see if you're traveling westbound on 347 is the bagel place. All the other tenants, you would not be able to visibly see them until you've actually passed the shopping center. The reason this application is before you today is in February, the landlord had received notification from the Department of Transportation regarding the sign illegally placed on their right-of-way, which is what is triggering the sign to, the landlord was unaware that the sign was illegal, to be honest, because when he purchased the property in 2016, that sign was existing. But so he's looking to legalize it, and the reason for the relocation is to accommodate the Department of Transportation's request, because he certainly can't maintain the signage on the state right-of-way.
Thank you, Ms. Laspisa. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So right now you're looking to go 5 feet off the road, correct? You're looking for 5 feet?
Correct. So it would be well, no, so it's not a 5 foot setback off the road. It's a 5 foot setback off the property line. So from where the sign is currently, which I have some photos, I think I can share my screen. It actually would be setting it back really 10 feet because half of that sign is in the state right of way. So we're looking to move it completely out of the right of way and then an additional 5 feet. So it really would set it back about 10 feet from where it currently is existing now.
Okay, and what is the existing setback right now on the other side?
What other sign? I'm sorry, did you say on the other sign?
You're looking to relocate, correct?
Yes, and right now it's not set back at all. Right now it's over the property line in the state right of way.
Okay, now, okay, I just wanted to get that correct. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do you want me to share pictures?
No, I'm familiar with the site. I'm familiar.
Okay.
Would other people like to see the pictures?
I don't know that, Ms. Laspisa, that you can share your screen. It's only going to come up as in your in the square that has your face in it. It's not going to come up on our computers.
Oh.
For the record, I think your survey shows us where the sign was with the dotted lines, and the darkened area is where it's proposed to be. Am I seeing that correctly? So previously was straddled?
Correct. Correct.
All right.
Okay. Now, as for in 2013, we had granted a 15-foot setback for Friendly's. Is there a reason that they want to go with the 5-foot setback? I know you said people won't be able to see it. What is blocking it? Trees, or what would be blocking them from?
Yeah, so I wish I could, I just assumed that I would be able to share screen. So the Friendlies, yes, that's a 15-foot setback. Friendlies has two accesses onto their property, though. I think one is 347 and one is Halleck Road. So if you pass Friendlies, you can make that right and go right into Friendlies and into their other entrance. Where this sign is located, the further you set it back, there's a berm.
We're looking at the aerial now, Ms. Lespisa. That
Okay.
just so that you know, that's what we're looking at. So it shows us the positioning of the retail center with the structures around it. I think it's going to
Okay.
help you.
Oh, okay. Oh, I wasn't on there. Okay. Yes. So, where the entrance, just to the right of where the entrance into the shopping center is, there's a berm that's raised with some plantings, some native plantings to Long Island. I'm assuming that this was something that was implemented possibly by the planning department. I don't know. But so the further you set it back from 347, the further those lower tenant panels fall behind that berm. And you can't, and it reduces the visibility of the lower portion of the writing on that sign. I mean, they're looking to keep it the 5, or not keep it, they're looking to relocate it 5 feet, which is actually setting it back really an additional 10 feet than what's existing. I was out to the site, and I mean, I took pictures, and again, I don't know if I could even try, but there's a Burger King down the block that I would be surprised if they didn't receive anything from the state themselves. But they're right up against, within a foot or two of the sidewalk. The Burger King, there's a few shopping centers. There's a shopping center with the Vitamin Shop in it. Let me just see.
Excuse me, do you know if permits were issued for those signs?
I don't have that information, but it definitely does show conformance to a lot of the multi-tenant ground sign panels along 347. But no, I don't have that information. I would believe that the possibility that they don't have permits, because I know Mr. Reed is very thorough in his reports, and I would think that if there were permits, he would have, then a variance would be in play, and it would have been part of his report.
Okay,
So
the next question is, you said that Friendly's has 2 entrances. The shopping center you're referring to also has 2 entrances, one off of Halleck and one off of 347, correct?
The one that I'm referring to, as in the one that I'm representing, no, it's only the one entrance.
There's only one entrance. And what is in, because I'm trying to look at it on Google Earth without you showing me the pictures. What is in that shopping center? Is that where the Red Lobster is?
No. So the Red Lobster is further west. It's west of Halleck Road, so it's kind of across the street from, on the same side of 347, but across the street from Friendly's. What's in this shopping center is a beach bum tanning, an Orange Theory Fitness, Anthony's Coal Fired Pizza, a massage place, a laser place, the bagel place.
Okay, so
But there's only the one entrance.
So you are further east than Friendly's.
We are, yes, we're just east. Friendly's is right next door.
Okay, you're just east. Okay, now I'm picking up. Now I'm getting, because I don't have any pictures. Now I'm picking up.
So Friendly's is that little building just below that pencil. Yep.
Yeah, I know where you are. So if you went, I'm not seeing any trees to block that or anything. If you went to 15 feet like we gave, like Friendly's was given, what would stop you from people coming west seeing the sign, is what my question is. Is there bushes right?
Would it be okay if I try to share
Well,
this?
Diana, let me do this. Anthony, you have photographs of the sign itself. I saw you pull them up and you showed the board the berm. Bonnie, maybe just take a look at what Anthony's going to show you now.
I'm not picking it up.
No,
There-
that's the,
there-
so that's,
It's the one with the red bush. Diana,
Sorry.
are you looking at what we're looking at?
I am,
The
and that's
sign with
from, that's if you're from Friendly's. What I was, the pictures that I have are actually like where that red Jeep came from. If he was
Yeah.
driving, a picture set back a little further that shows that, yeah, I mean, it's those plantings, but I just have a different angle. that
All
would
right, and
actually
obviously
block.
Mr. Vegas circled that about 55 times, but that's
Yeah.
the point. That's a berm and there's vegetation on it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the issues with regard to
Yeah.
the obstruction of view. Okay.
Okay, Mr.
Yes.
Chair, that was part of the variance granted or whatever, that berm had to be there? Was that part of the?
That's something that would have been imposed by the planning board or department. Yeah, once it left, once it left us with regard to the variance relief that was granted. Certainly, the board recalls that we spent a lot of time on this particular sign, and it's in a different location now.
Yes.
I don't think
So-
that the berm, oh, sorry. Go ahead. Or should I speak? I don't think that the berm would have been a result of anything regarding the zoning board decision for the signage. If anything, that would have had to do with any type of site plan applications with the planning department.
See,
Just to clarify.
Diane, my thing is, are we gonna be setting a precedent on 347 by giving a 5-foot setback? When we've already made Friendly's who asked us for, if I remember correctly, asked us for like a 7-foot, Mr. Chair. I remember that case very well because we deliberated about it a lot. And,
Yeah, I agree with you. We did talk about that case, and there was a more of a setback. I think what I'm hearing in my knowledge of the area and looking at photographs is the point is I think that Ms. Laspisa said that the visibility to the Friendly's property is very good. It's on a corner and there's no obstructions. This is the way this is set up. It's got limited frontage, and with the vegetation, the applicant is here claiming that doesn't work for them. That's what I recall about it. I mean, everyone else is here. They're probably also deliberated on the Friendly situation. If anyone has a different recollection, and Anthony did circle the Friendlies before. You could see it's at the corner of Route 347 and Halleck. I think that's it, right?
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, see, my only problem is here is I don't see anything stopping people from seeing this going either way to have a 5-foot setback and set a precedent on 347 with a 5-foot setback. That's my only issue I have with this whatsoever.
All right.
Well, it does, I mean, it does, like I said, I did visit the property, and when I was taking pictures of other signs that are similar to what we're applying for, whether they legally exist or not, I don't have that information. I was coming from that angle, and you can't see it. The further you are from the sign, you can't see, and until you actually see that sign, and especially if you move the sign the 15 feet, it's going to reduce the visibility from like the bottom 3, maybe even 4 panels. And then by that point, you've passed the shopping center. So now you have to make a right onto Halleck and then either a U-turn or, it is a little difficult because the way the property is situated, the way 347 kind of angles, heading westbound, it's just a little bit different. And if you, if we did have to set it back in order to accommodate the tenant panels that have now lost visibility and really serve no purpose by being there because they'd be blocked, it would almost require the sign to increase in height to make up to, get over that additional visibility decrease. So,
Okay.
I mean, that's.
I will add something else. Their signage across, as I recall it, across Nesconset Highway is within the incorporated village of Lake Grove. And while there were some signs there that we were looking at when we acted on the Friendly sign, they weren't considered because they were outside of the jurisdiction of the town. I'm interested, Diana, if you could give us what is that just east of this lot. Is that a McDonald's or something like
I'm
that?
sorry, say that. I believe right behind Friendly's.
No.
No.
To the
that.
east of your parcel, the applicant's parcel. What is that?
That's a McDonald's, Mr. Chair.
I think so. You're right. And then
Is it a
next door to that, yeah. And next door to that is that the shopping center with?
Cactus Salon
Yeah.
Ramen, which is one
So,
of the
can you talk to the board about the setbacks of any of those signs? East of
Well, so
east
those
of
are
this
the
parcel?
pictures that those are the pictures that I have for 2350, which is the one to the right of McDonald's.
I mean, you can hold the
have
pictures up. I don't know that they're going to help us. If you know the setback, that would help us.
Oh, well, I mean, well, I'm just judging by the photo, so. I mean, again, you know, you can't go to the street. It goes, so the property line is usually just past the sidewalk. So I think this 2350, I don't even know where to, let me make sure I can see my screen so that I can make sure that you guys are seeing. So this is 2350, which is.
This is interesting.
is
It's off of
next-
your phone.
Well, because I can't share the screen.
No, I
have
understand that. Go ahead. No, try it again.
Well, do you want me to share the screen?
Do you know how?
Because I have them on my tablet.
I think
Oh,
when you,
yeah,
when
I
you
think I
share a
know how.
screen, I'm only going to get the. Go ahead. You do it, and we'll see what happens.
I can't because you guys are sharing a screen. Only
Yes.
one screen share. Okay. So we're not trying that anymore. So this is the one picture of 2350.
And where,
So
and
the
where
sidewalk,
is that south, or north, or east, or west of that?
that's just next door to McDonald's. So that would be
East.
eastbound.
Okay, do we issue a permit?
It's an old sign.
Has that issue been, did we issue a permit for that?
I don't have the information on the legality of the structures. Information I don't have. Then the shopping center next to that, which has Stony Brook Medicine, Starbucks, the gym, Dwayne Reed, Pearl Vision Vitamin Shop, that shopping center. Why is it so blurry?
Okay, I see what you're showing
I
us.
can email these if the board would prefer. I just didn't give them. I thought I'd be able to share the
You know,
screen.
I'll be honest with you again. I don't think the photographs help us. I think the setbacks of the signs would
Mr.
help us.
Chair,
Mr. Vega.
I don't know if you'd like, but if I stop sharing my screen, I believe that she can share her screen.
I believe that's correct also.
If you'd like me to try that.
I think what we're really looking for is a number on the setbacks. I don't think that screen is really going to help us.
Well, I mean, listen,
I
if you want to try that, at least then
Okay.
you've seen it.
I think it would just be,
Okay.
you'd be able to see visually. All right, so let's try share. Here we go. Photo. Files. So I'm gonna I'll show a few. So this is the one that's next to McDonald's. So the sidewalk, you could kind of see, that is the one that would be set back the furthest out of the other neighboring signs. But you could kind of see the sidewalk over there. So,
That
I mean,
may in
it's
fact be
definitely
a
not-
15-foot setback.
What you say,
I
Mr.
don't
Chair?
I mean,
15
well,
feet.
we
I
can.
don't think it's 5 necessarily, but I don't think
It's certainly not 5. All right, what else do you have?
let me see. Hold on. There's another. I think there's 2 or 3 more. Files. Sorry, I'm not really savvy with these.
No, you're doing a good job.
So
You're doing great.
So this is further east, Smith Point Plaza, which is east of the one that I just showed you. That's definitely not 15 feet. I would say it's either 5 or maybe slightly under 5. And again, that's similar, multi-tenant panel.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me,
there's
isn't that one of the picture that's being displayed right now? Isn't that an application that we specifically dealt with? If my recollection is correct.
I believe it. I believe that it is.
so.
Yes.
So I'm going to go to another picture if that's okay. So there's that one. Then there's the Burger King photo files.
The last picture we saw?
Yes.
Can we go-
Uh-huh.
All right.
And then so this is just eastbound of that last picture that you saw, Burger King. So, I mean, it is, you know, conforming to the area as far as similar, you know, of what we're applying for. But the furthest setback, I think, out of these ones would be the 2350, which is the first one that you saw.
So do you know what the setback was that we granted them for that?
Mr. Lindsay, the Burger King sign has been there for many years. It may not have ever come here. It may not be legal. So I can't answer that question.
Yeah, so I'm not speaking about the Burger King side.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm speaking about
The Smith Point one?
I'm just trying to figure out why we would give that, you know,
This is the sign that's existing, that's before you now. So it's similar to the Smith Point Plaza and the Burger King sign. But
How
again,
far-
this has to be relocated. So it's got to be, half of that sign is not even on the property and has to be moved to the property line. And then we're looking for an additional 5 feet. So it's really going to be set back an additional 10 feet from where it currently is now, where you see it.
And the sign is approximately how wide now?
The sign is exactly 10 feet, 9
Okay,
foot
so-
11 inches.
So essentially, you'd be moving the sign to so the beginning of it on the left-hand side would be where it ends now. Is that correct? Moving from left to right.
Yes, exactly. Because where that black line is in the middle of the bottom tenant panel, that would be the halfway mark. So that would be,
And then another 5 feet from
property
there would be the
line.
end of the sign.
and then exactly.
Okay, so, excuse me, Mr. Bergson. I'm going to go back to my original thing I said. If New York State said that you are over their border and you have to move back, that's going to be coming down the line for all the other places, correct? Not just you.
If they
It's going to come
are
down to
not
line
in-
for anyone else that encroaches. Not everyone encroaches. Anthony, I'm sorry, Diana, could you bring the photograph up that you just took down?
Oh, sorry.
I just want all the board to see. I don't want to spend that much more time on this.
That's fine. Just let me know when you want me to take them down.
I like, just like the last picture. I just want to show, I'm not sure that every board member saw the friendly sign in the background. Pull it closer if you could. And you could see the setback of the friendly sign that we did previously. All right, I think that's enough to see.
Yep.
Why don't we, you can take that down now. Is there anything further from the board on the application?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, we do have comment from the Civic on this application, so I'll have Ms. Ricordi read it for the record.
This is from Herb Moniz, Three Village Civic Association. Our association has applauded various aspects of the town's code which establish fair and reasonable standards for commercial signage. These codes help minimize distraction and therefore dangerous signage and create a more attractive streetscape. Ultimately, the sign ordinances allow all businesses to operate under a level playing field that prevents construction of ever larger signs encroaching on the existing roadways. With this being said, we adamantly oppose the variance request proposed by R&P Mall. These types of requests are not only unfair to other similar business operating under the existing code, but ultimately degrade the general area with sign dystopia. Simply said, our community deserves the full weight and protection of the existing town code.
Ms. Laspisa, did you have any final comment?
Code.
Not really. I mean, I don't think the sign is an eyesore. It's very difficult for multi-tenant shopping centers to conform to the sign code. It's just not written, there's no way to get all the tenant panels on the signage. I think it's more of a distraction. and it can cause traffic issues without having the proper visibility from roads, especially Nesconset Highway is a very, very busy road. So I don't see how the sign negatively impacts the neighborhood, and it certainly does not make the property look bad.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yeah, no, close and hold.
Chair, I'd like to close and hold.
Motion I'll take by Mr. Lindsay to close and hold. I believe seconded was that Mr. Lazaru?
Wisdom.
Mr. Wisdom, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Case numbers 15 and 16, Mary Ryan, 164 King Road, Rocky Point, located on the south side of King Road, 565 feet west of Odin Road, Rocky Point. Applicant requests lot area, lot frontage, and total side yard variance for existing one-family dwelling on Lot 1. Lot area, lot frontage, front yard setback, rear yard, and minimum and total side yard variances for proposed one-family dwelling on Lot 2.
Mr. Chair, I have Larry Davis for the applicant.
All right, the record will reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused from the application.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. How are you today?
Very good, thank you. I guess we should start with your appearance for the record.
Larry Davis, 175 Oak Street, Patchogue, New York, for the applicant. Mr. Chairman, before we get started,
Sure.
I was on this call when items 1 and 2 were called on the calendar, and I wanted to have something to say before you dismissed it, because I had a conversation with Ms. Riccardi on Friday, and my conversation with her was that it was going to be adjourned and not put up for today and dismissed. So nobody was prepared to speak on this today, as we were told it was going to be adjourned to submit new surveys for the house that's under construction on that parcel.
Normally, I think that would be significant in terms of the timing of the hearing, but a rehearing or an adjournment of the hearing will still get the same date. At this point, it's the next major hearing date. So nothing is being delayed as a result of it. There are a number of reasons why I elected to make the motion that was made. I tried to spell out some of them. They certainly are a lot more, but I'd rather not do that. It's just that I want you and everyone else to know that there's no time delay to this application. When there's an as-built survey, and that can be submitted to get the denials for the land division, then we will take it. And I can tell you that I will make sure that our next major is open for that application if it's received in a timely manner.
What date is that, Mr. Chair, so I am aware?
I think it's
of
the
it?
21st or 23rd, 23rd of September. It depends upon
Okay.
when there's an as-built survey. I understand, or I've heard that there is a survey, but I have a feeling that what the surveyor did was just change proposed to existing.
No, he did the field work. Mr. Chairman, he actually
did
had
the
done the
field work.
field work. Yes.
All right. So then maybe that just leads me to believe that survey existed the whole time. It doesn't really matter either way. The fact is, if we have an as-built survey, we can get the proper denials and come for the proper relief, which we will notice, and you're going to get the September date.
All right, Mr. Chair, thank you.
All right. Thank you. In this application, I think you've given us your appearance. We'll start with Mr. Reed's testimony.
Property is located on the south side of King Road, 485 feet west of Odin Road in the hamlet of Rocky Point. The applicant is proposing to divide the 14,032 square foot parcel into 2 lots of 6,014 square feet and 8,018 square feet. Property is improved with a 1-story dwelling, which is to remain on the land division plan as Lot 1, and a new dwelling is proposed for the parcel designated as Lot 2, with access to the proposed lots intended via individual driveways from King Road. It is noted that the Board of Appeals granted a rear yard variance for the applicant for an existing 1-story addition. Ryan, case number 17 of June 6, 2018. And the survey provided with this application depicted a 12-foot by 12-foot roof over patio near the southwest corner of proposed Lot 2, which has since been removed. Property is located in the B1 Residence District, requiring a minimum lot area of 22,500 square feet. Both lots do not conform to the lot area requirement of the B1 zoning district. The neighborhood is well established with a total of 78 improved residential lots within the 500-foot radius. 18% or 14 lots have lot frontage conformance with the subject application, and 15% or 12 lots enjoy lot area conformance, and the endeavor does not appear to conform to the surrounding development pattern. The proposed endeavor requires a total of 10 variances, wherein the proposed lot area variances require relaxations of code requirement of 64% and 73%, which staff considers to be substantial. Further, the endeavor does not conform favorably with improved lots within the 500-foot radius, conforming to 15% and 18% respectively for both lot area and frontage. Of the improved 60-foot wide lots, assessment records reveal that they were constructed between 1948 and 1976. Staff notes lot 93 on the radius map has 0 feet of frontage and 18,620 square feet of area, which was approved by virtue of a Board of Appeals Land Division endeavor known as SLIGO, case numbers 25 through 26A of November 20, 2013. In terms of the proposed dwelling size on parcel 2, it is significant in size for an 80-foot wide lot at 47 feet by 35 feet. This dwelling does not conform to the minimum or total side yard of the B1 Residence District, nor the recommended side yards of the small lot ordinance in section 85-883 of Town Code, which is 16 feet and 35 feet respectively, and same is recommended should the board look favorably on the application. As per SEQA, the application is an unlisted action with a negative declaration recommended.
For the record, then, that is the testimony of the board's planner. Mr. Davis, what would you like to present to us here?
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to first start out by denoting that the property is comprised of a 40-foot tax lot and a 100-foot tax lot. The 40-foot tax lot presently has a house that is CO'd only on that parcel. So that 40-foot lot sits by itself, and they're really under the zoning code is permissible by itself and can be sold by itself without attaching the 100-foot lot to it.
So if there's no merger, why are you here?
Because I'm doing a land division and because the code requires on a merger that I have to come before you under a land division. I could wait 10 years, put them in different names, wait 10 years and bring the 100-foot lot by itself where I have more than 50% conformity.
I mean, logically, this is why I ask. If the applicant accepts a merger and then comes here and tells to appeal for a land division, and the argument can't be there's no merger because it's already been accepted by the fact that you've filed the appeal.
I have not made an argument that there is no merger. They are merged. They are in the same name.
All right. So while there's 2 tax lots and the house sits on one of them, under the eyes of the code, it's 1 lot.
Under the eyes of the code, that 40-foot lot, for purposes of this hearing, yes, it is considered 1 lot for the purposes of this hearing. For the purposes of real property law, that 40-foot lot is approved all by itself. It can be sold by itself without having to merge that 100-foot with it. So that 100-footer can sit by itself and that 40-footer can sit by itself and be sold independently of one another. I'm just making that argument right now because what we're trying to do is not divide them into a 40-footer and a 100-footer. At a 100-footer, we've actually tried to equalize the lots out to be more conforming with each other. So we've added 20 feet to the 40-footer and subtracted 20 feet from the 100-footer. And that's what the application that is before us today. Now, when I'm analyzing this, because the 40-footer is already approved and improved, we should be looking at the lot to be created for conformity and not the lot that's already existing and already approved under the law. So we should be looking at the conformity of an 80-foot parcel, not a 60-foot parcel. So on an 80-foot parcel, I got conformity of, out of the 78 lots Mr. Reed referred to, I have 29 lots conform to lot area, which is 37%. And 27 lots conform with lot frontage for 34%, and I did not count that zero lot line that was approved by this board. In addition, if I were to actually look at the 100-footer and come back 10 years from now, I have more than 50% conformity. This lot conforms to the area. Most of these lots don't conform to zoning to begin with. Most of them are, you know, there are some in here. There are some commercial parcels. You have a LIPA right of way, which these parcels back up to. So they're really almost two different neighborhoods, one to the north and one to the south, that are divided by a LIPA right of way, as you can see by the aerial picture in front of you. So what I'm saying is we should be looking at the larger parcel of the lot that the applicant is trying to create, rather than concentrating on the smaller parcel and concentrating on the conformance of a small parcel that's already CO'd by itself.
I don't know if you want to comment to that. You know, we've been through this on similar land divisions, and the manner in which it's done is the correct way to do it. I think that we've seen that as a result of the decisions that we've received. The lot is 140, and the proposal is to create two lots, 160 and 180-foot frontage. There's no other way to look at it. I know that you disagree.
I have a 40-foot parcel and I have a 100-foot parcel. And the 40-foot parcel sits by itself, legal, can be sold, does not have to include the 100-foot parcel. The CO just covers that 40-foot parcel. It's actually a CEU. It does not encompass the 100-foot parcel. Mr. Chair, I would be making your argument if the CEU covered the entire parcel, but it does not. The CEU only covers the 40-footer. And I know you and I have had other cases on this where I have tried to divide 40-foot parcels from the overall, and both of those cases that we have are both in the appellate division right now, waiting for results. So here we are again, except I tried to bring a 60-footer into play rather than a 40-footer.
Well, I mean, you certainly tried to make the application as best as you could, but the fact is that the proposal seeks to create a 60-foot lot, and when compared to the area, while you say there's conformity, I'm looking at the testimony of the board's planner at 15, 18% lot frontage, lot area, and no other time in which the board created a 60-foot lot. And I'm wondering upon what we can base the decision that you want on.
We can base it on the fact that the 40-footer we're increasing a 40-foot lot to a 60-foot lot, which is more conforming to the code. Yes, we are detracting 100-foot down to an 80-foot, but again, I still believe these are two separate parcels. If they were both vacant, I would be having a different argument with you. But
they appear to have been used in conjunction with one another. I know that I was here for a variance for a covered porch or a covered patio to the rear, which would have been on the proposed 80-foot lot that you're creating. There were accessory uses or structures that indicated use in conjunction with one another. That occurred here, and I can see structures in the aerial that I'm looking at. So we're dealing with again, while two tax lots, a single parcel and the lots were used in conjunction with one another, either for a period of time, and it appears as though the proposal is to end that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, again, the 40-footer is approved on its own. Whether it encroached onto the other parcel or not is irrelevant. The 40-footer is a legal parcel in and of itself, and I'll make that argument till the day I die. It is.
Yeah, well, that's why that I enjoy the discussion. I do. In terms of the size of the house, did you take a look at that? And it's not a normal survey that I would see from you, so I'm assuming that it was prepared by someone else. But the size of the house doesn't meet small lot. It doesn't meet the setbacks of the code. If the board was going to move to even grant, look at the size of the building envelope with a 12-foot setback proposed.
Mr. Chair, I can amend this application to comply with the small lot ordinance on a house that would conform to the small lot ordinance.
All right. I saw that and I was wondering why it was done that way.
I don't know. I didn't, as you said, these are not my typical surveys.
I know. All right. Is there anything else you wanted to give us on this?
No, I think that's pretty well it, Mr. Chairman.
Is there anything further from the board on the application?
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Bergson, yes.
I'm just curious. I didn't understand, and I'm sure Larry would be anxious to explain why there's a difference in the percentage of conformity between what Chris found and how he calculated it. I'm not saying one is right or wrong. I just didn't understand how there was that difference. I didn't hear it clearly.
The difference was that Mr. Davis was, his argument is that since the proposed 80-foot lot is the one that's vacant, that's the one the board should be comparing. And when you compare the 80-foot lot, the percentages jump. The calculations prepared by the board's planner were based upon the smaller of the two lots sought to be created.
That is correct.
Mr. Davis, did you want to add?
Okay, no, I understand now.
No,
Thank
that
you.
was very clear, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Is there anything further from the board on the application? Mr. Davis, it was good to see you. Does the board have a motion?
Move to close and hold.
Motion by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. That would conclude the 2 p.m. interval. We have before us the 4 p.m. interval in the holdover calendar. It is 3:45, so we cannot start the 4 p.m. interval yet. So I would suggest that we resume this hearing at 4 p.m. Does the board have a motion for a brief recess? Motion second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. In a moment, we will commence the calling of the 4 p.m. calendar. I just want to remind everyone participating in this hearing to identify yourself by name and the case number that you are here to speak about. If you don't do that, we have no way of knowing when to bring you up and promote you to participate in the hearing. If there's any question as to how to do that, please utilize the Q&A or chat functions on the Zoom platform, and we will assist you in that regard. With regard to the 4 p.m. interval calendar, we do have several adjournments off of the holdover calendar. Ms. Riccardi will read the request for adjournments, and I'll ask the board for a motion once they are read.
Case number 22 of February 5th, 2020, Michael Evers requesting an indefinite postponement. Case numbers 10 and 11 of 7/24/19, 57 Pennsylvania Avenue Realty, requesting September 23rd. I believe, there's another case number 30 of November 20th, 2019, under the same name, 57 Pennsylvania Avenue Realty, LLC, September 23rd. And case numbers 4 through 7 of May 20th, 2020, Philip Carlucci requesting withdrawal.
Does the board have that motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. With that done, then we can resume the hearing with the 4 p.m. interval calendar, case number 27.
Jeffrey and Rosemary Gannon, 207 8th Avenue, Holtzville, located on the east side of 8th Avenue, 720 feet north of Ridge Avenue, Holtzville. Applicant requests relief of stipulation imposed by the Board of Zoning Appeals decision of January 14, 2004, to file covenant the garage never be used as habitable space.
Mr. Chair, I have a Jeffrey and Rosemary Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. we'll wait to see them promoted. I do see Ms. Gannon. We do see you. If you could just unmute yourself.
Okay. I'm not sure if my husband can join because he's on his-
Mr. Gannon is with us. We'll ask
Oh.
Mr. Gannon also to unmute. Very good. You both can see us and hear us. Do I have that
Yes,
correctly?
that's correct.
All right. Mr. Gannon is going to adjust his camera. Okay, very good. If you both can see us and hear us, please give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, and we will have you sworn.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Very good. So the application before the board is for a relief of a stipulation imposed by the board in January of 2004, wherein there was a request for a garage addition with a 6.7 foot side yard. I believe that's what the survey indicates. And the board at that time imposed a stipulation that the garage never be used as habitable space. I believe that both of you were owners of the parcel at that time and were the applicants at that time. Who would like to present the application today?
Hanyan, go ahead and do it.
All right.
No, I can't even, I can hardly hear everything, so you might as well do it.
Okay. All right. So,
So Ms. Gannon, I'm going to ask you just to start with your name and address, please.
Rosemary Gannon, 207 8th Avenue, Holtzville, 11742.
Thank you. I want you to know the board is familiar with the application. We are familiar with the survey provided. We see that the adjacent parcel is common area of some sort of planned community wherein there was common space left open, and as a result, it's a wooded area to the side of the garage. We do see that. What did you want the board to note today?
Basically, so, we were told we can't use it as habitable space, but we would like to make a bedroom above the garage. It just as an extra bedroom. We're kind of overgrowing in our house, and basically that's all we want to use it for.
All right. Mr. Gannon, I hope you heard that. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, that's about it.
All right. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson.
Okay, so you owned this property at the time the application was made, and at the time, so is this currently, and you built the garage, is this currently a one-story or two-story structure?
It's a two-story.
Okay, so it's already 2 stories, and you're going to expand the bedroom into the existing space above what would still remain a garage on the first floor?
Yes. Right now, we're using it as a catch-all attic. So we would just like to build a bedroom. And at the time when we were told that we can't use it, we didn't have the money to build a bedroom anyway. So we just want to build a bedroom. That's it.
Okay, so it's a long time ago, but and we certainly understand people's lives and families expanding. But do you recall what the concern of the board was when they imposed that covenant?
No, we didn't. We actually never even asked. We just, they asked us. Oh, God.
May I say something?
Sure.
Hello?
Sure.
I think that, due to the fact that we wanted it to be, we always wanted to have the possibility that we could do that. I think the inspector at the time must have thought, oh, well, they're just going to do something with it anyway. And because they could see the way that we structured it, we put a laminate beam across the ridge, and we were actually thinking about putting a staircase in. So we framed for that. And the floor joists joists over the, what's that?
Go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Hello?
Go ahead. Continue, please.
Yeah, we secured the beams that run over the garage, which is expansive. We put them closer on center so that if we did do a bedroom up there, that we would, it would be more, wouldn't bounce or anything like that. So I think he saw that and he was like, I don't know. I think he must have reacted to that. I have no idea why they would have said, specifically that we can't build above that. You know what I mean?
Okay. All right, so I have one last question. You have not, as of this moment, created that bedroom, is that correct?
Correct.
Absolutely not. It's
Okay,
just
so-
storage.
Okay, so you haven't started the construction or the reconstruction of that space?
Not
Okay.
even in the least.
That's
No, we
fine.
wouldn't have
Thank you.
done that without permission.
Thank you, that's all.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted, type 2.
Second.
Okay, that motion is by Mr. Bergson, and the second was, I'm sorry, was it Mr. Cunha? I think that's a yes.
Yes.
I saw that. All in favor?
Aye.
The opposed, motion carries. I want you to know, Mr. and Mrs. Gannon, that this request to the board was only relief of a stipulation. So if there's any further variance required, and I don't know that there is at all, you may be coming back here. But with regard to your request that the stipulation be relieved, the board has made that motion, and your application has been granted.
Oh, thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
Very good. It was good to meet you both.
Yes, thank you very
Thanks.
much.
Same to you.
Have a good day.
All right, you too.
Case number 28, Tim Arnold, care of Michelle Cotrali. Properties located on the southwest corner, Bay Walk and Ivy Walk, Cherry Grove, Fire Island National Seashore. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Ivy Walk for proposed raising and reconstruction of existing irregular deck with steps. Rear yard variance for proposed hot tub, outdoor shower and shed. Rear and side yard variances for proposed swimming pool and deck.
Mr. Chair, I have Michelle Quattrali for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Cutrelli, just the muting issue again. Well, if you'd like, we can do it for you. Or we,
Thank you.
well, you were almost there. I heard you oh, there you are. You're back.
Hi.
Hi. All right, so you've previously been sworn. Let's just start with your appearance for the record.
Okay. Michelle Quattrali, agent for the applicant, 100 Colonial Drive in East Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Thank you. This looks like a parcel or residence that was raised, and as a result, you're here for accessory structures attached to it. So what would you like to tell us about the application?
Well, first, it hasn't been raised yet. They're proposing to raise and repile the dwelling to meet the FEMA flood standards. And in doing so, the decks will have to be rebuilt and raised with the same elevation as the house, which basically brings us to you today. In addition, Mr. Arnold is proposing to add a rear deck addition in the back and above ground swimming pool inside that deck and a hot tub. I've submitted for the record and your review an existing conditions survey, so you can see what they have presently and what they're going for. I gave in an aerial photo of the surrounding parcels as well as the photos of the parcels. All right. And as you can see, this property is heavily vegetated, which my client really wants to preserve as much as possible. The Town of Brookhaven Building Department has deemed the west side of this property as a rear yard where 20 feet is required as a setback. The proposed deck would hold a 6-foot rear yard setback, and the pool would hold a 9-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required. And as you can see, the present rear yard does not even hold the 20-foot. The proposed deck and pool will not encroach any further into the established 5-foot side yard on the south, which is maintained by the existing legal non-conforming dwelling and deck. The pool would hold an 8-foot side yard where 15 feet is required. If you look at the aerial and the subject parcel survey that I submitted, the west side neighbor's deck, pool, shed, fence are all basically on the common property boundary. The south side neighbor has their access walk on the north side of their house to enter, which is approximately 21 feet from the northern property line, making our proposal a non-issue for them. We're also requesting to raise and reconstruct the front deck on Ivy Walk side. And our call stated that part of this front deck was existing without benefit of a permit, and I would like to let you know that that is incorrect. There is a permit that would cover it. It's called CO number 292516. It covers all of this deck, which is 22.3 by 26.2 irregular with steps. So we're asking from this board to be able to reconstruct a previously certificated deck, just because we're raising the house. The requested setbacks are not uncommon for Cherry Grove or Fire Island as a whole. We believe by granting the area variances, this board will not create an adverse impact to the surrounding properties or have a negative effect on the environment, nor will it change the character of the neighborhood. You can't even see inside this property, it's so heavily vegetated. Due to the layout of the house and the location within the property, the house location, the proposed area of construction is the most cost-effective and usable location for the function of this house. And if you have any other questions, I want to let you know we have Fire Island National Seashore, no objection letter. Also have a letter of non-jurisdiction from New York State DEC. And we are pending a DEP wetland permit since July, PP 5903-20. So,
Thank you,
if
Ms.
have any
Cutrale.
questions?
In addition to the no objection letter from Fire Island National Seashore, the board has also received what I would consider a no objection letter from Cherry Grove Property Owners Association. Allison Amron, Chair of the Cherry Grove Property Owners Association Zoning Advisory Committee. We've made those part of the record.
Thank you. I didn't get a copy of that.
Questions from the board?
Chairman.
Sure.
Mr. Mazzarella.
You up, Jimmy on? Yeah, hi, Michelle.
How are you, Mr. Mazzarella?
I'm well. So I see the replacement happening up front there. Obviously, replacement and the height is going to change. So in looking at the aerial, the rear deck. So there was previously a deck there. Obviously, it's just a pool that's going to be new and a hot tub. But I see it says on a survey deck to be removed. So the deck that was there or that is there does that deck end where that dotted line is? I'm trying to.
Correct. Yes, the dotted line is the existing rear deck.
All right, so that's going to come out, and obviously the pool is going to encroach in that area of the old deck, plus protrude out a bit more, encroaching on that property line.
Correct. Correct.
Understand that. Right. And the only question I would have, was there any efforts made at all to make that area, to tighten it up so that you can have a little bit more room on that property line at all? I see that.
We actually did. Their proposal was for a 3-foot setback, and we pushed it in 3 feet so we could have a 6-foot rear.
I mean, I see
There's not
there
much space in this house, and the way it's located and the function of the internal layout, it really has to be more on the west side of the property for it to have any function for them.
Yeah. So, well, yeah, I see how, because of the hot tub there, I mean, pool in anymore, you're going to start getting somewhat tight. But you also only have 3 foot behind that pool of deck space, so that looks kind of looks tight, to get around that pool.
That's just to clean it, so to walk around and make sure it gets cleaned.
Right.
That's
And
not usable space, really.
gotcha. So it's 3 feet and 3 feet. So 3 feet to the rear and 3 feet to the side around that pool. And it looks like you have a good amount of space from the pool to the dwelling. It's.
I can tell you exactly what it is. Between the house and the pool, you're looking at about 13 feet. And that'll give you, with a lounge chair, and maybe about 3 or 4 feet to walk around, and a table. So there's not really that much room.
Gotcha. Okay, and can I take a look at the aerial again? I mean, I'm trying to appreciate your comment in regard to the neighbor. So the neighbor to that side where the pool will be, looks like, is that a swimming pool also?
Yes, he has a pool, a shed, a fence, and a deck right on the property boundary. It's basically, you can see on the aerial the fence.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
And as far as height, so naturally, you know, we're talking about, you know, that everything's going to get raised here. So
Correct.
once that is established, then what is that fence going to look like, as far as what is the height of the fence going to be once the reestablished height of the deck is made?
Well, they have that is the neighbor's fence to enclose his pool. My client will be putting an enclosure around the deck,
Right.
not on the ground.
Okay, my concern would be the height of the new deck around that proposed pool. Is there going to be a privacy issue as far as this proposed project being much higher than the neighbor's yard or their pool?
Well, just about every property is going to have to get raised sooner or later. So everybody will be raising their houses due to the FEMA requirements. Especially they're so close to the water. If you look at the aerial, you'll see the bay is less than 20 feet away.
Right.
So they get bombarded.
Okay. I mean, I would just.
My client will have not a 6-foot privacy wall. They have the standard guardrail or a privacy rail for their enclosure of the pool. I can't answer that if somebody's looking over their railing, if they can see inside the pool. Most likely. But from any distance, when you're up in the air, even at 20-foot setback, you'll be able to see over there.
My concern would really be the neighbors, and I'm sure that they were notified.
Correct.
The concern would be the new height in comparison to their existing height, and how that's going to impact their life if everything remains as is after you finish with this project.
Well, like I said, eventually all of these properties will be raised. There's no ifs, ands, or buts on that one, because they are so low to the ground and get flooded that everybody will be raising to meet the FEMA standards soon. My client just needs to do it now because of being, like I said, just across Ivy Walk is the actual Great South Bay.
Well, and I guess, I would be in somewhat of an agreement in the fact that even if there was no swimming pool, there would be a deck, and there is going to be a house that's raised, so the height's going to be the height. So, okay, I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Ms. Cuccioli, in furtherance of what Mr. Mazzarella was questioning you about, I do see that the existing conditions had a 16-foot setback to the rear.
Correct.
And the proposed addition, while we agree that there's not a lot of room up there, now establishes a new 6-foot setback, but the 6-foot setback is now up in the air. And I think that's the point that Mr. Mazzarella was getting to. So in the past, I've asked you for precedent or board action for setbacks. And at 6 foot, you could probably have found some, but do you know of any board? Has there been board precedent where we take an elevated deck and bring it 6 foot to a rear yard?
Oh, good question.
Because all of that other research you have is
everybody's raising their houses these days. So I'm sure that there has been, but I would have to pull all the surveys to see what the elevation was at the time.
This is obviously the new or a new area of inquiry for the board, because everything is up in the air. I mean, do you know what the elevation is to the new area of the deck?
Well, the elevation, the present elevation is about 5 feet, and they're going up to about 12 feet.
So the deck will be 12 feet above grade.
No, I'll tell you 1 second. It'd be about 6 feet above grade.
6 feet above grade.
Yes.
So when you say that it's now 5, is it just going up a foot?
Well, it's a 5 foot, they go by, no, it's not going up a foot. Sea level 0, all right?
Yes.
And they're at 4.8, but if you look at the house, they're not 4.8 feet up in the air. They're only about maybe a foot, if that, on the ground, above the ground. So it goes by the grade.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Cunha.
Yeah, what I've noticed is on the property corners, they have elevations. The elevation of the property corner is between 3.4 and 4.5.
So basically
So,
the house is sitting on the ground.
so you're basically going 6 and change or 7 feet up.
So so if it was 4, do we take that off of the 12 and then it's 8? Is that how we're doing that, Mr. Lazaru?
Yes.
Yes. The point elevations average somewhere between around 3 to 3.2 feet. Take 3.2 feet from 12.5, and that's the height of the raising of the building. So it's almost 9 feet.
Yes, sir. About 8 to 9 feet, depending on how high it gets closer to the house.
All right.
To all the corners.
So we have a better idea in considering the application, what we're dealing with. In terms of the lot coverage has no request, and I see that the applicant is holding at the 35%. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to close and hold on this.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. You have a great night.
You too.
Thanks.
Case number 29, Michael and Serena Haas, care of Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the north side of Brightview Drive, 233 feet west of Rock Hill Road, Rocky Point. Applicant requests permission for existing 1-story and 2nd-story residential addition. Side yard variances for 2 existing sheds located in the required side yard. Outdoor kitchen with roof over and existing deck. Rear yard variance for existing in-ground swimming pool. Permission for existing 28-foot wide driveway where 24 feet wide is permitted.
Mr. Chair, it's the cases of Mr. Malguanera, Andrew Malguanera's case. I promoted him, but now he's gone.
I'm sure he's going to reappear. If we don't see him in a moment, what we'll do is move to the next case, and when you see him reappear, please alert us and we will immediately recall the case. But is he back in the participants? Attendees?
He's not in the attendees. And when I promoted him to panelist, he just disappeared.
All right. We won't take that personally. We'll move to case number 30. Yes.
30, Diana Kovarik, 1 Patchogue Road, Ronkonkoma, located on the east side of Patchogue Holbrook Road, 375 feet north of Chestnut Street, Ronkonkoma. Applicant requests permission for proposed 2nd-story residence addition on a 50-foot lot. Also side yard variance for existing shed located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have a Todd O'Connell, architect for the applicant.
Thank you. Mr. O'Connell, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
Very good, sir. I'm
Can
going
you
to
hear
ask you to give. Yes, we can. I'm going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, so we can have you sworn.
I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Very good. Let's start with your appearance for the record and your relation to the application.
Yes, my name is Todd O'Connell, doing business at 1200 Veterans Highway, Hauppauge, New York. I am the architect for my client.
Thank you, sir. And what would you like to tell us about the application?
All right, so this property is only 50-foot wide. So as we know, just about all properties 50-foot wide need to go for a variance. We're looking to go with the second floor addition here. We're not changing the footprint of the house. We're strictly looking to increase the size of the second floor bedroom that's already there, just so they can fit their family a little bit more comfortably. We're not coming any closer to any of the setback lines on the side, the front, either side or the front. And so we feel that this was really the only way that we could accomplish their goals with, any kind of reasonable economics. The space is already there below. So we don't feel we're going to have a negative impact on the neighbors. As you could see on the Google Maps, that all the neighbors are, generally in line right to where I'm building my second floor. So we didn't feel it would have any adverse effect on the character of the neighborhood either. And honestly, this was really the only way that we could accomplish my client's goal.
Thank you, sir. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Wisdom.
so I see that you're going to put the front addition on the house. Looking at the aerial, you're in line with the rest of the houses on the block pretty much, especially the one, I would imagine that's to the south of you.
That's correct.
And as regarding the sheds, there are sheds in the neighborhood. Looking through Google Maps, most of the houses are holding, what is this going to be, 17.5 from
Yes.
from the curb, from the property line?
From the property line, 17.1,
Okay.
which
yes,
is what's there currently.
Okay. Oh, I see. All right. So the houses in the neighborhood are in conform. Your house is going to be in conformity with the neighborhood.
That is correct.
All right.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Wisdom. The second story addition, it looks like it's 156 square feet. It's just finishing off the entire footprint of the house. Is that how I see it?
That is correct. And it's just to expand an existing bedroom on the second floor.
Thank you. And Mr. Vega just pulled up the survey closer for us. We see that there's a frame pergola in the rear, the wood deck to grade. This metal shed that you're here for is kind of in an interesting place. Normally, we see it more toward the middle or the rear of the house, but still in the required side yard. Here, it's in the required side yard and pushed all the way up to the frontage, and it looks as though it's in an area that is fenced on both sides. Can you? Since I've not been there, are you able to explain this scenario to us a little bit better?
To be honest with you, I could not explain why it's fenced on both sides. I do know that it's only a 78 square foot shed, and you can't even really see it from the front of the house because it's hidden mostly by the fence itself. But honestly, I'd have to defer to my client to ask why is it double fence. That I don't know.
I'm not seeing any sheds moved that far forward. If you're saying that the fence forward of it makes it so that you can't see it, but tell me, it's a metal shed. Is it just sitting on the ground? How is it affixed?
It's just sitting on the ground. It's only 78 square feet.
All right.
It's 10 by 7. It's a tiny little storage shed.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Chair, make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
You too.
Mr. Chair, I have Mr. McNamara back.
Thank you. The call of the calendar for case number 29 has been read already. I'm sensing from volume that Mr. Malganara is appearing, but I don't see him yet.
The video is not started.
Oh, well, at least the audio is. I'm sorry,
yeah, the audio is
yeah,
starting.
the audio is, I got you.
The video, it says cannot start video for some reason.
You know what, we've had that a couple times tonight. It will start eventually.
Bizarre. Huh, never seen that before.
Mr.
Well,
Chair, I'm asking
yes.
him to start his video. I don't know if that'll help.
Well, Mr. Malganera, by the voice, we know that it's you. If we can hear you, I think that's enough for me.
Okay.
You're going to confirm that you've raised your right hand, and Mr. Doyle's going to swear you.
Yes.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
I do.
All right, then. Your appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, agent for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Malganera. Obviously, we see there's a lot going on here. It's a busy survey. Where did you want to start?
All right, well, we'll start with my clients have owned this house for 30 plus years. They are well beloved in the community. They keep their house very meticulously, in good shape. And at this point, they're looking to sell and clean everything up with as far as the town's concerned. Starting with the pool, they actually had a variance back in 1986 that was approved by the zoning board. However, the pool company who was to get the permit never followed through with that. And so here we are on the pool, asking for permission again. As far as the house itself is concerned, the additions all fall within the footprint. Nothing was expanded upon. Dormer in the bathroom, a front foyer area, but nothing extending the original house.
So it's only the 13 by 13 dormer and that little section in the front that fills in what was where the house went in. All right.
And as far as the sheds, they've been there since 2004. The driveway has been there since 2003. Paver driveway, beautiful. The additions were built in 2000 on the second story. The kitchen is more of a bar area than a kitchen. There's no running water or anything like that. And if the board has any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. I mean, we do see that the property is fenced in with 6-foot stockade. Most of these accessory structures, I'm guessing, are can't be seen. But there are a number of sheds. It looks like there's 3. Do you know how they're used and why there are so many?
Yeah, I mean, just over the years, I asked the same question when I was at the house. Lawnmower equipment, pool equipment, and that's pretty. I mean, they're not big sheds. They are, they look, more. They look bigger on the survey than do in real life. And the kitchen again is more of a bar than a kitchen.
All right. And the deck that you seek side yard variance for, that your survey showing us that is on grade.
It's on grade. Yep.
All right. Any discussion with the neighbors concerning the use or the existence of all of the structures there?
No, they've had zero issue with any neighbors, and they, again, like I said in the beginning, they're well beloved in the neighborhood. No issues with any neighbors whatsoever.
Are they seeking your assistance here because they intend to sell and just want to get everything in order, or is it just that they?
Yeah, well, yeah. So, some circumstances came up where they need to now sell and they need to clean everything up.
All right, so that the width of the driveway, or the size that you say that it was done with pavers, looks like he was looking for a little bit more area. Is that something that you see generally in that area? Is that?
Oh, I'm not gonna, not directly on the street. I mean, I'm sure in Rocky Point there are plenty of driveways of similar size. Not on Brightview, but it is, again, it's been there since 2003. It is pavers. It's very, well maintained. And there hasn't really been much issue or any issue actually with anyone, in the town regarding it.
All right. And you've then been engaged to, after seeking variance relief, to actually get COs for everything that you're here for?
Exactly right.
All right. Thank you. Is there anything further from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Yeah, Mr. Malguanera, just a quick question. Back to that driveway. The 28 foot is the relief at the apron. Is that correct, from the highway 24 foot?
Exactly right.
So it's only at the curb line, or actually at the road line. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Case number 31, Michael and Olivera Sagaris, 17 James Street, Shoreham, located on the north side of James Street, 120 feet east of School Court, Shoreham. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing in-ground swimming pool, not built in conformance with permit number 19B130050.
All right, good afternoon. Do we have Mr. and Mrs. Sagaris?
Yes, we are here.
Hey, very good. Nice to meet you. I'm going to ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, and we'll have you sworn in.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you.
All right, then. Mrs. Sagaris, you are here because a pool was put in. It wasn't placed in conformance with a permit. What did you want to tell us about that?
Well, really, it's our, the guy that did our pool. Apparently he said that my husband and I were responsible for putting in the stakes, which we didn't really know. So he put in the pool, saying that it was gonna be 19 feet from the property line. And after it was done, as you can see, it's not 19 feet from the property line, it's at 10 feet. So we're hoping that we'd be able to get that approved, since we utilized the pool for my husband. My husband who's here, he's a retired New York City police officer who got injured on the job, and he uses it for therapy.
Very nice to meet you, sir. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
I'm sorry, I missed, when was the pool put in?
Put in towards the end of last year.
At this time, exactly.
Yes.
But I use it for spinal cord damage. So.
Okay, and it's an error on the pool installers, and plus I can see where your property's on an angle and there could be a mistake made.
Yeah, it's 10 feet from the property line.
Okay, no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions? Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. I think it was. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you and good luck to you both.
Thank you very much.
Case number 32, Prebisterio Tinio, 43 William Street, Port Jefferson Station, located on the east side of William Street, 175 feet north of Route 347, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing shed located in the required side yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Lou Gallo for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Mr. Gallo, we see you. Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please give your attention to Mr. Doyle, and we'll have you sworn.
Fine.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Gallo, your appearance for the record, please.
Lou Gallo Expediting Incorporated, 218 Harrison Avenue, Miller Place, agent for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. The shed that you're here for, is that the 12 by 8 shed to the to the side of the residence?
Excuse me?
Is that the 12 by 8 shed to the south side of the residence, or is that the north side? Tell us, the surveyor is identifying the structure that he's calling a coop. Does that still exist?
That coop is going to be removed simply because the client cannot meet the setback requirement 50 feet from any lot line, so that's coming down.
All right, then, so you're here to just leave in place with variance relief, the 8 by 12 shed in the side yard. What would you like to tell us?
Okay. First of all, we're seeking the relief for two basic reasons. One, it is really too laborious for the client to move it to the rear yard. You'll see from the pictures, I'll point some of that out. And also because of the permanency of this structure. This structure has been there, as you see it, for 50 years with no complaints at all from any of the surrounding neighbors. It is under 144 square feet. It's 96 square feet that you can see. The side yard setback is about 1.5 feet at a closest point. There is no electric. It does have a wood floor. And let me refer to the pictures. I know I gave a set of pictures. You can see on picture number 3, the structure, okay, the coop is going. That's going to be out. The next picture I want to show here is to show you that it is surrounded by vegetation and a 6-foot stockade fence. So it is not a very imposing structure at all. All right, I think you can see that. Secondly, I showed you this picture because the neighboring house is about anywhere from 25 to 30 feet away. So as far as any kind of an adverse impact on the surrounding neighbors, that is not the case. I show also the front part. The front shed also is surrounded by the stockade fence and some vegetation. I show in the next set of pictures here that this is a wood floor. And you can see it's strictly used for storage. The wood floor would be a complication in moving it. And finally, the last picture is to demonstrate to all of you that this particular structure is strictly for storage. Consequently, we request from the board the relief request.
Thank you, Mr. Gallo. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay.
Hello, Mr. Gallo. How are you today?
How are you?
Very good, very good. So are there other sheds in the neighborhood in the side yard?
None. Within the 200 feet area, there's no side yard sheds. The only ones that exist there's about 4 of them that are all in the rear yard.
Okay, in the rear yard. Okay, and there's been no complaints from the neighbors?
No, and it's been there, I remind you, 50 years.
50?
50, 5-0. He's put it there for 50 years. 1970, yeah, 1970.
Mr. Lindsay, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I have no further questions.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, sir. I'd like to grant the application. Type 2 is presented.
Motion is by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Gallo.
Thank you.
Number 34, James and Tony Wisdom, care of Christine Nicole, 18 Railroad Avenue, Center Riches. Properties located
Chair, recuse.
in the corner of Bayport Road and Blue Point Road, Mastic Beach. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from both streets for existing entry deck with steps, not built in conformance with permit number 20B121396, and for proposed wraparound decking. Also rear yard variance for existing sheds.
Thank you. The record should reflect that the applicant, James Wisdom, is our board member, James Wisdom. Mr. Wisdom has recused from the application.
Mr. Chair, I have Kristen Cole for the applicant.
Thank you. Ms. Nicole, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Very good to see you. I'm going to ask you to give your attention to Mr. John Doyle so that you can be sworn.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Christina Cole, agent for the applicant, 18 Railroad Avenue, Santa Mauritius. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, the Wisdom property is located in Mastic Beach. The property is located on a corner parcel. It is 100 by 100, and it was ravaged by Superstorm Sandy. On April 29th, 2016, when this property was part of the incorporated village of Mastic Beach, variances were granted for the lifting and additions of an entry deck. However, over the 4-year period, we had to make major changes since the new sanitary system would now be required. He did have an approval previously for a regular sanitary, but since construction hadn't started, we had to reapply to health department and he had to put a new IOWAT system in. That changed everything. We're asking for a 5-foot and a 7.6-foot setback, and that's for the existing deck, a proposed wraparound deck. We had a permit for the existing deck, but the platform had to be added because the stairs were so steep, and there is a garage under, which we can't block, obviously, with the stairs. I will show you a photograph. I'm sorry that was not provided previously. Can you see that?
Yes, Mr.
Okay, you
Ms.
can
Nicole.
see that there's a garage there, so they put a platform out and then made the stairs come out a little bit further. The wraparound deck is required in order to get around the home since it is elevated so very high. The property is encumbered with driveways and a sanitary system, so placing the shed, which is used for storage, was difficult. So it was put in a corner of the property. Again, he's got 2 front yards and the driveways and the existing garage. I provided many photographs of the surrounding area. This proposal conforms to the surrounding area. And if the board has any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Yes.
Mr.
Charles.
Lazaru.
Ms. Nichol, under the outlined building, which is a raised 1-story dwelling number 29, there is indication that there's a garage underneath,
Yes,
and that's at elevation 3.85. Okay,
Yes.
finished floor elevation of the raised 1-story building is about 10 feet higher.
yes,
Okay, so consequently, you do have the winding entrance stairs getting up to that deck.
yes, it's rather high.
Yes, right. Anything else underneath the garage?
That'll be storage.
Okay.
It's only allowed to be storage, except for the
Okay.
garage. It has to be breakaway construction. Thank you.
Mhm. And there is a detached garage, and that's
Yes,
on
that-
grade? That's on
That
grade
has a
11?
CO, that has a CO, and it is on grade.
Mhm.
And then there's a shed that was added. I don't
Mhm.
know when it was added, but it was added in that spot for storage, probably while the house was being raised. I mean, this is an ongoing thing because we ran into so many complications.
May I see a overview, please? A satellite photograph?
Yes, we'll have that pulled up now.
That's the existing building,
Yes,
but it doesn't show the deck around it.
that was
So
probably,
that's-
yeah.
That's the deck that's proposed, or the deck is in place right now?
Okay. There was a deck that was in place.
I can see that.
And now it's a proposed deck to wrap around the entire house. So there was
All
a
right,
deck. Yes.
the secret word was proposed. So this deck that's depicted, shaded in this nice color here, indicates that it is a proposed. Right.
Yes, that's proposed.
And
That
I hope Jim doesn't paint it pink. Anyway,
We'll have to ask him about that.
yeah, I have to do that. We really have to do that. And I understand that there is a very sophisticated treatment plant that is being imposed because of the previous zoning requirements.
Yes,
So
that's-
other than that, except for the shed, which is what, 8 inches, is it? From the
Yes.
from
Yes.
the rear yard?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It's not uncommon either to have sheds like the way, especially in properties that are on the water.
Yeah, I would prefer to look back at the aerial, please. Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Lazaru. Is there anything further from the board? I'll note for the record, the application is subject to Chapter 81 of the code. Does the board have a motion?
Grant the application type 2 subject to chapter 84.
Second.
Second.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru, second by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Nicole.
Thank you.
Case number 35, Donner Denner, care of Tracy's Permits, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, located on the west side of Cool Place, 430 feet north of Dykes Court, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests rear yard variances for existing one-story residence addition and existing roof over deck. Also, side yard variances for 2 existing sheds located in the required side yards.
Mr. Chair, I have Tracy Rivera for the applicant.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. Wisdom back with us? Oh, all right
No,
then.
Mr. Chair.
All right, Ms. Rivera, we can see you. Can you hear us? But you'll have to unmute yourself.
Now I see. Oh,
Very good.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. I'll ask you to give your attention, please, to the board's attorney, John Doyle.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you.
And Ms. Rivera, you place yourself back on mute. Now you're back.
Can you hear me now? I do.
Yes, we can. Very good. Let's start with your appearance, please.
Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York, 11772.
Very good. What would you like to tell us about this application?
Sure. Good afternoon or good evening. I'm here on behalf as the agent for Mrs. Denner, property located at 48 Cool Place, Port Jeff Station. The parcel is located in a residential neighborhood consisting of mixed 1-story and 2-story dwellings. The house has a certificate of occupancy number 136951 that reads 1-story resident, 50 by 48.3 irregular, including 2-car garage, and a 10 by 15 covered patio issued in 1987. The Denners are the original owners. Mr. Denner, before his passing, had made some modifications to beautify his home without obtaining valid permits. Unbeknownst to Mrs. Denner that these modifications were done without a valid permit, Mrs. Denner is in pursuit of an expansion of her home to make space for her daughter's family. It has been brought to our attention that some of Mr. Denner's hard work was to need variances. We're here before the board, before you today, for an existing 1-story addition, 17 by 17, that's in the rear of the parcel. This replaces the roofed over patio, 10 by 15, that is on the CO number 136951. This addition is keeping a 42-foot rear yard setback versus the 60 that is required in the A1 zone. Please note that this addition only encroaches into the rear yard off the established maintained setback of the existing house, an additional 6.6 feet. We're also here for a request on a roofed over deck, 18 by 28, that is open, not screened in, with no future intentions of screening it in either. This roofed over deck is holding a rear yard setback of 35 versus 60. The roofed over deck encroaches 10 feet off the established house into the rear yard. And lastly, we're here for 2 sheds in the side yards. Both sheds are undersized for square footage and only here for location purposes only. The 10.1 by 12.1 shed is maintaining a 0.7 off side yard and has been there for 20 years plus, and has only become an issue due to the pursuit of the expansion of the home. The second shed, which is 8.5 by 12.5 and used as a child playhouse and decorated as such, we're at 7.7 on side yard. I've submitted pictures with my affidavits submitted to the Zone Board of Appeals to give a board a more vivid visual aspect of what is on the parcel. The entire application is within harmony, does not impact the neighborhood or the environment, has increased the value of the neighborhood, and we hope that the board looks very favorable upon our application. I'll address any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. I have a lot of background noise. Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm on a
No
main
problem.
road.
Okay. Does the board have questions?
Mr. Chairman, very briefly.
Mr. Bergson, yes.
So Tracy,
yes.
How high is the shed that is holding the 0.7 foot setback on the?
The 0.7 is 8 feet. Both sheds are 8 feet high.
Okay, and the third shed is going to be moved to conform, correct?
Correct.
And you're holding 42 feet on the house extension and 35 feet setback on the roof over, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just confused about one item on the survey.
Sure.
There's a 18 by 47 foot area that's hexed,
Yes, that's
what is that?
that's the expansion that I mentioned in my, in my presentation, but does not require any variances.
Okay, all right, so you're not here about that, but that's gonna go there. There's gonna be an
Correct.
extension there. Okay, fine, I have nothing further.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application submitted, type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Number 36, Estate of Marianne M. Moody, care of Tracy's Permits. Property is located on the north side of Highland Avenue, 110 feet west of Adirondack Drive, Farmingville. Applicant requests total side yard variance for existing one-story residence addition, including attached garage.
Ms. Rivera, you're still with us. Let's have
Yes.
your appearance for the record for this application.
Yes, Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry Street. I'm here on behalf of the agent for the estate, for the estate of Marianne Moody. My client, Melanie Moody, Melanie Sullivan, is the daughter of the late Melanie Moody, who's dealing with the loss of her mother and having to clear up the aftermath of losing someone, which includes this application that's before you today. The parcel is a single-family home on a 100 by 150 lot on their Nature Gardens Berkshire Heights filed map. There's a certificate of zoning compliance number 4955 for a one-family, one-story residence, approximately 42.10 by 32.10 irregular, with metal shed 10.2 by 9 by 7, and a concrete porch 18.2 by 8 feet irregular, issued in 1987. We're here before the board to legalize a 39 by 22 one-story addition that includes a 20.2 by 22 attached garage that actually replaces the legal concrete porch that's on the CO. This existing addition was built in the early to mid-90s on the east side of the house, is keeping a setback of 24.6 as shown on the survey submitted. The parcel was surveyed on June 17, 2020 by O'Connor and Petito. The established setback on the house that falls under the CZA is 4.3 feet. That's on the opposite side of the house. We're here before the board for total side yard setback of 29.1 versus the 75 required. I have done dozens of applications before you in this area, and this happens to be one of the larger parcels. This area is a mixed area, mostly of single-family homes, undeveloped lots as small as 40-foot wide, 50-foot wide, and such forth. Knowing the history and the area of Nature Gardens filed maps, we can all say that this is within character and harmony within the neighborhood, does not impose a negative impact. I've submitted a picture of the side yard directly affected along with an area of the parcel. We hope the board looks favorable upon this, and I'll answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Questions from the board?
Chairman.
Mr. Mazzarella.
Hello. Hi.
How are you? Okay, so what I'm looking at on the side of the garage, so looks like the driveway comes up along the side of it almost.
Mhm.
So
Yes.
there's obviously an opening to the garage in the front, right? Not on the side?
Correct. Yes, you can see in the pictures that I submitted, it's a large two-car garage that basically has one door that opens up.
Okay. Thank you, Lori. All right, and then it looks like that side of the property on the neighbor's side, when you bring up that aerial, is pretty well vegetated, right?
Heavily vegetated, correct.
Right. And again, as far as character with the neighborhood, I would say that there are other homes in the area with similar situations.
Yes, considering the area consists of lots that are improved at 40 feet wide, a 25-foot side, so 24.8 is more than conforming.
Right. Okay. And so is there it's not showing it on the survey. Is there a fence on that side? Because it looked like through the aerial there might be, but on the side with the, yeah, so if you could blow it up a little bit. Between the neighbor on the side of the garage and, you know, and that loose stone parking, is there a fence there or no? It's not. I think you're mute. I think you've been muted. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to start over.
There we go. Can you hear me now? I'm sorry. It's not shown on the survey as there being a fence, which would lead me to believe if there is, it would be the neighbor's fence.
Okay. All right.
And I don't recall seeing one.
Yeah. All right. I just thought, you know, in most instances there are, but it's quite possible there isn't, but it does look quite heavily vegetated. And
See, just to note for the record, the property over in that area, as we all know, is very hilly. And I know the neighbor that's directly affected by this parcel is at a higher elevation. So you might be seeing something that they built up on their property or something, but there's nothing on my client's property of a wall or a fence of such.
Gotcha. Any issues at all or concerns from that particular neighbor on that side?
I did get, you know, as I send out all my notices, I always put my contact information on notices, so this way the Board of Appeals doesn't get flooded with phone calls. And I only had a couple people call me up asking what it was about because they have a really hard time understanding the notices, but I had nothing negative, no concerns or anything from anyone.
Okay, thank you. And no speakers, Anthony?
Mr. Mazzarella, at this moment, we do not have any speakers.
Yeah, I also wanted to note that I did an application a couple blocks away for an attached garage back on January 8th, case number 2, and it was for an attached proposed garage with a 10-foot side yard setback and 32 feet total side yard back. So, and that was granted. So, you know, I just wanted to mention that also.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
I'd like to grant the application as submitted.
Thank you. The motion is by Mr. Mazzarella to grant as submitted, second by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Number 37, Albert DeLuca, care of Tracy's Permits, located on the southeast corner, Peconic Avenue and Peekskill Avenue, Medford. Applicant requests front yard setback variance from Peekskill Avenue for existing 40.5 by 16.4 foot wood deck with steps and wood ramp. Minimum side yard variance for existing roofed over cellar entrance. Rear yard and side yard variance for existing shed. Side yard variance for existing 19-foot by 30-foot deck.
All right, then, Ms. Rivera, you're still with us? Let's have your
Yes,
appearance
ma'am.
for the record here.
Sure. Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, 80 Terry Street, Patchogue, New York. I'm here on behalf as the agent for Mr. Albert DeLuca, parcel located at 266 Peconic Avenue, Medford, southeast corner of Peekskill. Mr. DeLuca purchased his home with his mother many years ago. After the passing of his mother, Mr. DeLuca has made this parcel the home all the family goes to when a place is needed. Mr. DeLuca has some pending violations in court that he was in the midst of handling prior to COVID. And as you can see today, he is actively looking to resolve all pending litigation and code violations. The parcel is 100 feet wide on Peconic Avenue and 125 feet deep on Peekskill, with a CO issued on January 2nd, 1956 for one-story residence 52.1 by 34.7, irregular, including attached one-car garage. The house is a single-family use and intends to be used as a single-family use, even with the extended use to his sister, niece, and nephew. Once the board acts upon our application, we will then be filing for all active permits to bring the parcel into code, into compliance, including the finished basement that is not an apartment. The survey submitted prepared by O'Connor and Petito on June 18, 2020 shows the fence on Peekskill being off Mr. DeLuca's property and on the town's property. The fence will be moved to the property line that does not need action before this board. We're here today to maintain a 40.5 by 16.4 wood deck with the ramp keeping a second front yard as a corner parcel at 20 feet. This deck is a wraparound deck as shown on the survey, and the ramp was installed by Mr. DeLuca's mother for accessibility into the home. Mr. DeLuca decided to maintain it after the loss of his mother due to his future possible use and failing health. I submitted pictures to the board that is evident with the pictures that the deck cannot be seen from either street. We're before the board for a shed not meeting its side yard of 1.4 or rear yard of 2.1. The shed is slightly larger than permitted by code at 12.1 by 16.2, which is 192 square feet. This is very common on the majority of homes and applications that you've seen. We're also before the board for an existing roofed over cellar entrance. As the cellar entrance is a permitted encroachment and does not require action before this board, the roofed over area does. The roofed over area is 4.5 by 7 and is used to maintain the elements having any kind of a negative impact on the cellar entrance use. The roof over is in need for snow runoff and rain off. We're holding a setback of 13 versus the 25 that is required and only encroach 4.5 feet into the side yard. I submitted pictures of the roofed over and an aerial. The aerial shows the proximity of an application before this board on May 6, 2020, number 4, for a roofed over patio that was granted with a 5.2 grant verse 60, and that was a rear yard. The address is 169 Ford in Medford, and the area that I submitted to the board, there's a little star on the area, a little white star that shows you where this property is in close proximity to my client. Please take into consideration that this area has small lots and are developed with principal structures not keeping a 13-foot side yard. Not a substantial relief that we're requesting. And the final is a deck that is 6 inches off the ground that encompasses the west side of his house, outside the cellar entrance. This was a picture submitted of this too. Keep in mind, we're only before the board due to the location of the deck, and with an application having to be submitted before you, we added the deck versus the removal and concrete patio, which would be a major expense for Mr. DeLuca. Due to the configuration of this parcel being on a quarter and having 2 front yards, we do not feel the deck ramping or self-created problems, or do we feel that this has a negative impact within harmony? And I'll gladly answer any questions you may have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Tell me, you did mention the fact that there is an existing violation. I see it dates back to December 12, 2019. I am advised that it had something to do with an apartment in the basement.
I have actually been in the house. The house is used as a single family use. It will be maintained as a single family use. It's an open rec area. There is no apartment.
You did mention that during your presentation. Why hasn't it been resolved yet?
It wasn't resolved due to the fact that he is the home for everybody, which means he also pays for all the bills for everybody. So he's maintaining the house, maintaining all the expenses. He had some fees in court. He had fees for this. I mean, the application before, just to go before the Board of Appeals was, I think over $3,000. And being a single income in a home, it's kind of a little bit. So it was more of a financial reason on why it took him so long.
All right, I am concerned about that because the violation continues and I don't see a resolution of it. Do you have the authority to grant us permission to inspect?
Absolutely.
All right. Let me fill you in as to more. I am concerned about the violation being resolved, and that could very well resolve that violation and get that over with for the applicant. In terms of the structures that you seek relief for, we do see that the wood deck to the rear of the home was just built slightly beyond the foundation, and as a result, you're here for front yard setback for the deck. It's really only a tiny portion of it is in the front yard, and it doesn't appear to have any significance. You've identified and claimed ownership of the fence in the right of way, and that you're agreeing to move that to conform to the lot line. Is that, I understand that, right? And in terms of the frame shed in the rear, it's a rear and side yard request. It does hold some setback to the property line, but I'm more concerned about the side yard structures. The first that you're here for is the roof over, and that's certainly holding.
It's a 4.5. It's only a 4.5 encroachment into the yard.
Over, it's only 4.5.
Yes, it's not even 5 feet.
And the setback then is 12 and a half. The deck, though, the surveyor is showing us that it goes close to 3 feet over the property line.
Well, actually, once I took the pictures, which was after I filed the application, you can see by a picture I submitted that his measurements are off, and the deck that's basically on grade, if you look at the picture I submitted, doesn't even go to the property line. There's actually earth between the deck and the property line.
But you're saying that the surveyor is wrong?
I think that I think there was an error, but I only noticed this error when I took pictures this past week.
So that's why you write 0 lot line, because
Correct.
You're expecting, and as you know, that this board can act to a property line, but not beyond.
Yes.
I have a little bit more concern, though, because beyond that, Beyond that deck is a 6-foot fence. And that 6-foot fence, if you look at photographs of the parcel, matches the one on the other side of the house. And I'm wondering why
Okay.
you're not offering to move that fence, which is the applicant's, to the property line.
Well, if it is his fence and not the neighbor's fence, then he will have to take.
Yeah, the photographs show that where his property stops, the neighbor's continues. And as a result,
Okay.
the neighbor came off of his fence and continued around with a different type of fence. But that certainly is a concern, because if we're agreeing to move one to the property line, we should be moving the other.
We come to the conclusion that it is his fence, then he will have to take ownership to it, and he'll have to have it moved if it is his fence.
All right. In addition, as we look at the fence on Peekskill Avenue, it shows us a 6-foot PVC fence, and it shows me your surveyor, Joseph Petito, with his embossment on the survey, shows a solid fence from one corner to the other. Is that how you're seeing it?
Yes, I believe that
When you were at the parcel, did you see a solid fence there?
Yeah, I didn't see any breaks in the fence. I saw solid fencing. I'm actually looking at the picture now.
You didn't see a gate with the driveway and cars?
No, I didn't see a gate and driveway, no.
All right, so we have photographs of the gate.
Okay,
and the cars.
that's fine. So it could have been something I very much missed, yeah.
Well, no,
Okay.
no, not you. The concern is that this surveyor drew a survey in June with those conditions and failed to identify them in a survey that was certified to this board.
Okay. Okay, so would you like revisions done to you tell me what you would like, Mr. Chance?
I would like to know how this could occur. I mean, Mr. Lazaru, I'm sure has some comment on
Sure.
this. But,
Absolutely, I would actually, feel the same way that you do. And if I had noticed that if there was a break in the fence, I would have said something. I only noticed the decking when I went out there to take pictures of, like, when I put the sign up and stuff, which was, like 10, 12 days ago. That was the only time I noticed it. The fence, the deck on grade to the west side of the property. That was the only
All
time I noticed that error, and that's why I brought it to your attention. I didn't notice anything about a break in the fence with a gate, but if you're saying it's there, then I believe it's there, and we could have the survey modified to show that.
What I would like to do is hold over initially for
Okay.
the inspection, because there appears to be a lot going on here that.
Okay, that's fine.
And then in the interim, we're going to have Mr. Petito look at his survey and alter the things that are inaccurate. And then I'd like you to submit that survey to us for the board's consideration the next time this matter is on.
Sounds like a plan to me.
All right.
I'm just making notes.
You're familiar with the method under which the inspections are requested, so
Yes.
I don't have to remind you that for the record, the complaint we referenced before from December of 2019, which remains unresolved, is complaint number 1907-04588. I understand that's still pending in district court.
Perfect.
I would like to get the results of that inspection and accurate survey back on the next date we see you, and then maybe we can move forward with this application.
Sounds like a plan. Do we have a date?
Yes. Is it?
Oh, wait, actually, we need to have the inspection first, correct, or no?
I
Just
think
bear with me a moment.
September 9th to get all that done would be
Too quick, yeah.
September 23rd would be the next available.
All right, September 23rd, the surveyor can correct the errors on the survey, and the inspection can occur. The timing between them doesn't matter to me. I'm just going to ask the board, first of all, is there anything further from the board on the application? I don't hear anything, so I'll ask the board for a motion to hold over until September 23rd.
So moved.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, case number 38, Nicole Fallon, care of Tracy's Permits, located on the northeast corner, Oakwood Street and Eatondale Avenue, Blue Point. Applicant requests permission for proposed one-story residence addition, minimum side yard variance for second proposed one-story residence addition, front yard setback from Oakwood Street for proposed 8-foot by 30.7-foot wood porch, height variance for existing 6-foot high fence located in the front yard, Eatondale Avenue, and within the 30-foot radius of the apex of the intersection.
I'm sorry, Ms. Rivera, I believe this one is yours also. Let's start with your
Yes, it is.
appearance for the
Sure.
record.
Tracy Rivera, agent for the applicant, here on behalf of Mrs. Fallon and Mr. Hertz with the parcel located at 41 Oakwood Street, Blue Point. The owners of this parcel only purchased this parcel a few years ago with the dreams of expanding it to accommodate the family they planned on having. They're expecting their first child in November, and we're hoping to have everything resolved with the board today so we can move forward obtaining permits. The parcel is a small lot that is 100.20 by 74.88 and on the northeast corner of Eatondale and Oakwood, and at a four-way stop as depicted in the pictures provided to the board. The parcel has a certificate of zoning compliance 5974 that reads one family, one story residence 30.4 by 20.22 with detached 14 by 22 garage. When purchasing the house, it appears there was an expired permit number 57204 for the detached garage with breezeway. It appears that this was never closed out, and the building department acknowledges that the house and garage were attached with a breezeway. We're before the board today to increase the size of the existing home with an addition that would maintain the same setback that is existing and is acknowledged by the building department. We're here proposing to demolish the existing detached garage, void out the breezeway permit, and propose a 26 by 28.5 one-story addition, then making a new modest home at 28.5 by 56.1, a total of 1,710 square feet, one story. We're here looking to square up the northeast corner with a 5 by 8 addition, which is 40 square feet, making the overall house a total of 1,710 square feet. As shown on the survey submitted with the application, the front yard will not be impacted with any new habitable space. I'm sorry, the phone's ringing. New habitable space. The second front side yard on Eatondale will not be impacted with a further encroachment. The rear yard will not be impacted as these setbacks have all been established with the original dwelling. And the side yard that is impacted is at 19.8 verse 25 required, but the setback is established with a detached garage and the breezeway with rights. We're also before the board for a 6-foot fence and a front yard, also known as the second front yard in Eatondale. It's only 24 inches that's in the 30-foot radius. We have 24 inches on the fence in the radius, but take note that the fence is flush with the front foundation corner on Oakwood. We do not go past the front foundation of the house. We're only permitted 2.5 feet at this location, and my client's concerns are, as you see, how the parcel developed, that there's not much rear yard, and this side yard is very much used. To have to cut back this to 2.5 feet in the area will not look nice and impose safety issues with the new family they're having. The parcel is only 74.88 feet deep, and off the rear house is only 22 feet in depth, as seen on the survey. It is a minimum request. Several pictures have been submitted to show different angles, giving the board the vivid visual on the minimum impact. The last part of the application is the owners are requesting to have a front wood deck under 12 inches. Never to be roofed, never to be closed in, only to be used as a proposed deck to sit on when talking with, neighbors. We're looking to go 8 feet out, and the length of the house, which will give us a deck setback of 16 feet off the front yard. By code, we're permitted 6 feet encroachment if we had a 24-foot front yard. Pictures have been submitted to the board of the home's principal setback in the area having smaller front yards. Our request for the deck, 12 inches off grade. I submitted pictures of 103 Kennedy and 97 Kennedy having very small front yards. 2 homes on Eatondale. There's also a picture submitted of a neighbor on Oakwood Street directly across from my client that's dark gray or navy blue colored with the right garage door. This parcel is very similar to what my clients are looking to do in the houses and the dimensions with setbacks. We've also submitted an aerial that shows the conforming side yards that we're proposing. This application is not self-created hardship, is within harmony of the neighborhood, and I'll gladly address any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Rivera. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Tracy. How are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Doing well. Sorry, I was expanding the screen so I could actually
Okay.
see what's on there. Okay, let's start with a lot of stuff happening on this parcel, isn't there?
Yes.
There are other ranches, I'm assuming, in the area that are approximately the same size. You had stated about 1,710 square feet. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Yes, it's very common. You can even see in the aerial, and I submitted a picture to the board. Even with the expansion on this house, it'll still be one of the smaller houses in the area.
I see that. I see some larger homes on larger parcels, but I also see some large homes on small parcels. Okay, now the breezeway that you're referring to is the original breezeway. Now that is being removed.
The breezeway was never actually built, but there's an expired permit for it. So we can actually renew the permit and build the breezeway, which would connect the house and the garage.
Now, in this purplish pink area that you have on screen where it says concrete, that is where the breezeway was supposed to be, correct?
Correct, yes.
And are we enclosing that?
The whole entire area that's pink, we're actually, except for the front decking, the area that's all pink will be the new size of the house. So we won't be encroaching into the front yard, side yard, rear yard, and we're not even really encroaching into the other side yard where the garage is, because the setback has been established. It's just established as a garage, not habitable space. It'll now be habitable space.
Oh, so the garage is also being converted to habitable space.
The garage is actually going to be demolished, and we're going to be keeping the same footprint as you see it. So it'll keep the same setbacks.
So it'll all be habitable space all
Yes.
the way. Now, you show a window well in the back. Is the basement finished?
I couldn't tell. I don't know. This house is old and original, so I mean, and if it is, I couldn't even, I couldn't imagine it being more than, I mean, you're in construction, a really old house like this is a bungalow. If it is, there's no way that basement could be finished. I haven't been in it, but if it is, it's probably useless. They may go out with to do the wash or something. I can't see it being really used for
Okay,
anything.
I'm just looking at a very
Yeah,
large
sure.
window well. That's the only reason I say that. Okay, now let's go to the front porch. You had stated that it's proposed at 8 feet. Yes, you would have had 6 feet under the code. Is that correct? So you're looking for 2 more.
Yeah. Oh, it's just going to be 12 inches off the ground. It's just going to be sit outside with some Adirondack chairs and sip some lemonade. That's all it's going to be.
Now, why 12 inches? Why not just go down to grade almost?
We probably could, but even if we were grade, we'd still need action from you.
Okay, just asking.
Sure.
Is it a step up into the front door? I'm assuming.
I believe the plans have not been finalized yet.
Okay, and you had touched on the 4'1" by 7'9" area, which you referred to as 5 by 8. That is just finishing off the corner
Just squaring
of
off the house. Yes.
And we don't. So in other words, this house is going to be completely redone inside. It's going to be gutted. Is that correct?
Yes. Yep. As far as I know, it's going to have a whole new configuration. Yeah.
So you don't even know the layout. Okay.
They gave me I know we're keeping the same bedroom count. They're only looking to do, it's a 2-bedroom, like 2-bedroom, little tiny office now. They're looking to do the same. They're just looking to have an open floor plan concept. They're newlyweds. She's expecting in November. She's a teacher. He's a police officer, and they're just trying to move forward with this.
Okay. And now going to the fence, you would pretty much address that. You said it was a couple of inches that you're looking for because
it's like 24 inches in the radius. That's it.
Yeah, so basically it's running on an angle back
towards
towards Eaton. In other words, it's not square with the house. So that gives you a little more distance from the corner. Any issues at that corner? You drove it?
No, I submitted so many pictures. I mean, because I've had applications before the board and I know how the board feels about that radius. I must have submitted like 7 or 8 different pictures. It's a 4-way stop. It's set back. There's no visual impediments whatsoever. There's no issues. And honestly, if we cut it back, there'd be a safety issue and it would look horrible.
Okay. All right. Very good. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? If not, does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion made by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice evening. Everyone stay safe.
Case number 40, Adam and Anna Gorski, care of Andrew Malguanera. Properties located on the west side of Morning Drive, 542 feet north of Sunset Drive, Center Reach. Applicant requests front yard setback minimum and total side yard variances for proposed 1-story residence addition. Front yard setback variance for proposed roof over.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega. Let's see if Mr. Malguanera has video this time. Look at that.
Go. Figured it out.
Ms. Malganaro, you've previously been sworn. Let's start with your appearance for the record, please.
Andrew Malgunara, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent for the applicant.
Thank you. What would you like to tell us here?
All right, so we're asking for a proposed addition. My client has lived in this house for many years, and instead of has pretty much outgrown it. Instead of moving, they like to stay in the area as they establish roots here. Basically, just expanding living space, making the master bedroom a little bigger, making the living room a little bigger, just enhancing the overall appearance of the house. It only enhances the neighborhood. It fits in characteristically perfectly with the neighborhood, as you can see from the aerials. Very similar side yard setbacks. I have example 21 Morning Drive, couple houses down, has a 9-foot side yard, 24-foot front. I have 20 Morning has similar small side yards, 11-foot, and Sunset Drive around the corner has 11-foot as well. We don't feel it will affect the characteristics of the neighborhood in any way. And if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you, Mr. Malganaro. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Lindsay.
How are you today?
Good. How you doing?
Very good, very good.
Good.
So how long have the people been in the residence? Are they,
Over 20 years.
20 years. Okay. The thing is showing an above ground pool. That's to be removed?
It's going to be removed. Correct.
Okay. You're saying that the setbacks are normal for the neighborhood?
Exactly right. Yes.
Okay.
Falls in line. And actually there was two houses down, almost, I think 21, you can see. It's almost the exact same thing.
Okay. And it's going to be a roof. There's other roofed over porches also, obviously, in the neighborhood?
Yes, there are roof over porches. 21 has one, as well as 20 has a big open porch in the front.
Okay. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Malganaro, one of the best parts of the application is that the above ground pool in the side yard will be removed.
It will.
All right. So the deck is not going above it. It's just going to be gone.
It's going to be gone. Correct.
Very good. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application type 2 is presented upon removal of the pool.
Second. Appreciate it.
Motion is by Mr. Lindsay, and I think that Mr. Bergson seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so board members, cases 41 and 42 are on adjacent parcels, and they pertain to the retention walls and fences on those parcels, and they're connected. So for that reason, I'm going to have Ms. Riccardi read them together.
41 William Napolitano, care of Charles Faulkner, 165 South Ocean Avenue, Patchogue. Property is located on the east side of Avenue D, 344 feet south of Antrim Lane, Farmingville. Applicant requests height variance for proposed 6-foot high fence on top of a 1 to 9.5 foot high retaining wall. Total height varying from 7 feet to 15.5 feet. Case number 42 is in the name of A Plus Homes, Inc., also care of Charles Faulkner. Property is located on the east side of Avenue D, 455 feet south of Antrim Lane, Farmingville. Applicant requests a height variance for proposed 6-foot high fence on top of 6-foot to 9-foot high retaining wall. Total height varying from 12 feet to 15 feet.
All right. Do we have the applicant's representative?
Mr. Chair, Larry
Thank you.
Davis.
Very
Mr.
good.
Chair, I'd
Mr.
like to
Davis.
recuse.
The record will reflect that Mr. Cunha is recused. Mr. Davis, let me just start with ask you for your appearance, please.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. Members of the board, Larry Davis, 175 Oak Street, Patchogue, New York, for the applicant.
Thank you. Board members that are participating in this hearing, I want to point out that Mr. Vega was able to combine the overall survey so that case number 41 is the lot to the left with the mostly red retention wall behind it, and case 42 is the one to the right of that with a smaller portion of the red. And if we've looked at the keys on the survey, the red areas are retention walls in excess of 6 feet. The green areas are retention walls less than 6 feet. Mr. Davis, I will tell you that we did have obviously a street inspection done of the parcel just yesterday, and it appears as though both the retention walls and the fences are up. Were you aware of that?
I was not. I know that it does talk about the fact there was a letter from Kenneth Lindauer from Volmuth and Brush that I think Mr. Faulkner had submitted to the board that talks about that there are existing fences. They are going to be taken down and then relocated once the fill has been brought in and they take it up to a final grade.
And I don't know because I wasn't the person taking the photographs, but it appeared as though the rear retention walls and the fences were already in. It was just, it may be the side. I'm concerned that you should be. I do have some photographs. Ms. Riccardi is posting them. The person that took the photographs was the board's planner. I'm concerned that you may be wanting to amend the application for existing structures to the extent that they exist. And from the photographs, you'll see that it's new, brand new, spanking new, shiny vinyl fencing on what appears to be clean retention walls.
Then we will make that application, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so I'll ask the board for a motion to amend the application for existing retention walls and fences, obviously with the associated fees for their existence. Motion second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. I believe this application falls with Mr. Lindsay, and I just want the record to reflect one other thing. If Mr. Davis, if you don't have an objection to it, I am going to leave this hearing for 3 or 4 minutes and then return. I just want the record to reflect that after you're done with your presentation, I would like Mr. Lazaru to start his questioning, and I will be back sometime during it. Is that acceptable?
Absolutely. I have no objection, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I appreciate that very much. So
No
why
problem.
don't you, now we've combined both cases. Why don't you, you can just give your presentation for both. Thank you.
Certainly. Thank you. Again, this is, as the call of the calendar had indicated, it is for an existing retaining wall with a 6-foot chain link fence on top of it. The purpose of it, and by the way, the picture that Mr. Vega had up before showed it very clearly. The red markings are the subject of the application. So as you can see, those red markings are the retaining wall where it will be located, or is located, I should say, with the fence on top of it. It's there for 2 reasons. The number 1 reason is for safety, because there is a drop off that goes into the wetlands. That area behind the red fencing is a replanting schedule of wetlands, and it's there to protect the wetlands from people going in there as well. So there's really a purpose here for designing the retaining walls with the fencing as it is. There should have been 2 letters that were submitted with the application. One was from the Department of Planning, indicating that they had approved the revised wall grading and buffer area restoration plan, and that the only thing we needed to do was get a zoning board of appeals approval for that wall because it was over 6 feet in height. And then a letter from Volmuth and Brush dated July 8th, 2020, which really details the work that I guess now was done. I was going to say to be done, but I guess it is completed at this point. If the board has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Excuse me, I just want to mention that I do have the letter dated January 29th from, this is from?
Jermaine Ortiz?
Yes, talking about a variance from the Board of Appeals is required for the walls over 6 feet in height. I don't have the other letter you referred to.
Okay, I will get that submitted. It is a detailed letter dated July 8th, 2020 from Volmuth and Brush, from Kenneth Lindauer, PE. I'll actually read it into the record if that's all right with you. So it says, the plan prepared by Volmuth and Brush, titled Wall Grading and Buffer Area Restoration Plan, Sheet C100, last revised June 26, 2020, provides detailed grading and wall design data for the 3 lots located on the east side of Avenue D, lots 22.9, 22.10, and 22.11. The retaining walls require a fence at the top behind the wall for safety purposes. Currently, there are 2 styles of fencing at the property near the walls: a 6-foot chain link fence running near and parallel to the buffer line on the top of the fill, and 6-foot vinyl fencing running perpendicular to the buffer line along the side property lines and behind the existing walls. The plan calls out existing fence to be relocated behind wall. This note refers to the existing 6-foot chain link fence, also noted as 6-foot CLF, running parallel to the buffer line. This fence will be removed to allow fill removal, regrading, and wall construction, and then replaced behind on the retained side of the wall. This fence will be 6 foot above the retained soil behind the wall after it is reinstalled. The plan also calls 6-foot vinyl fence, which will be removed in sections where the walls will be reconstructed and then reinstalled on top of and behind the reconstructed retaining walls. It will also be 6 feet above the retained soil behind the wall after it is reinstalled. Note that portions of the vinyl fencing that are not required to be removed will remain as currently installed behind the existing wall, 6 feet above the existing retained soil. Both fence styles will be 6 feet above the retained soil behind the walls on lots 22.10 and 22.11 when the work is completed, Volmuth and Brush. So if the board has any
Get a copy
questions,
of that.
I will make sure you do. Yes,
Thank you.
I'll email it to you tomorrow. Will that be fine?
Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you. So if the board has any questions, that pretty much details the work.
Larry, it's my turn.
Hello, Mr. Lazaro. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Good.
Can I excuse myself from this?
Wait a minute, I'm running out of board members quick.
Yeah, right. Absolutely, right. In the past, I have asked and really pleaded with people to show contours and plot elevations, and I really got my wish, didn't I? Anyway, in the middle lot of drawing C-100, that's the lot that you spoke of with regards to the outline in red?
Yes, that's correct. There's a little bit of it on the lot number 3.
Yes.
To the top left side of it.
Top left side of it, right. Okay. So what we have is, we have concrete walls that do or do not have fences on top of the walls.
They do not. They're actually going to be put on the soil, but they're almost as if they're on top of them.
Right. So the appearance would be that if you place them on top of the walls. But just to clarify, as you said, they will be on the retained side earth.
That is correct.
Okay, so it would have the height of the wall plus the height of the, these are white vinyl fences as we saw in the picture?
I haven't seen the pictures. I would assume that they are, if that's what is existing. According to Mr. Lindauer, it was supposed to be chain link and existing 6-foot chain link fence. Yes, so I think it's supposed to be chain link.
I think they're being held up. They're being held up again now.
Those are vinyl fences.
Well, I'm on my understanding, and according to the letter I read in from Mr. Lindauer, they're supposed to be chain link fence.
Well, there's some chain link fences, but we see some white PVC fences as well.
Are in the area that we're asking for relief, or are those in other areas?
I'm not sure. I can't tell. I can't differentiate from the pictures as to where they are.
I haven't seen the pictures, so I really can't comment. My understanding is they're all supposed to be chain link behind that retaining wall.
Can you see the pictures that Lori is holding up?
No, I cannot.
I'm going to ask her to hand them to me now, and I will describe them for the record in a moment or so.
Okay. And is there an aerial view of this, please, Anthony? Hello?
Are you asking me? I don't have one.
There you go. That's what I want. Okay, so do you see the aerial view on the screen?
I do, yes.
Okay, so we're talking about case 41 and case 42 that are outlined, and this has got some extreme topography.
Yes.
So if this map is oriented, or the photograph is oriented north to south, the left side of each one of these two lots is the west side, and
correct,
so forth. And there are supposed to be, I can see briefly behind the topography lines that there are 2 dwellings on lot, one on 41 and one on 42.
I see those.
Yeah. Well, they're also indicated on the two parcels on the C100 drawing. So this is in an effort to stabilize or to benefit these two houses, but at the same time, something to do with land preservation behind them, which it would be to the east.
Well, Mr. Lazar, I believe it's the easterly side of the property is what they are replanting and preserving as far as the wetlands go. And that's
Yes.
why the retaining walls are being put there to prevent access in there. And they're also filling that land so to prevent stormwater runoff and other issues in affecting those wetlands.
Okay, so they're retaining the earth on these two pieces of property
Yes, that's correct.
from eroding down the hill toward the opposite direction. And on the map on property 42 to the south, I've also seen where they've actually done something with regards to stabilizing the property with regards to erosion control blankets.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Anything with the adjacent properties that are not involved in this land stabilization and concrete wall building, both to the north and to the south? Is there any objections of any sort to by those neighbors, or are they going to benefit as well by the erosion control?
Well, Mr. Lazaro, the lot directly to the north was a third lot that was part of this land division that is also benefiting by this.
Yes.
There is no relief that is needed on that parcel, and that's why it's not included here today. So it is part of our plan of what we were doing.
Yes, okay. May I please have the aerial view back on? Thank you. All right.
And the parcel to the south,
Yes.
it looks like they're putting a step wall in to
Yes.
prevent runoff from over there, from
Right.
protecting those two houses.
Right, I think they're using, if I'm not mistaken, if you see on C100, there is a three-dimensional drawing that indicates how they're going to stabilize some of these hills. And I think that's what they do. They use blankets, or in the old days, we used to use crown vetch, which was planting, to stabilize the sides of the hill.
Right.
So if there is no objections from the owners of the neighboring properties, and if they see to it that there's a benefit to them at the same time, so they don't have a mudslide on their side. One thing I do have a question to is to resolve the question of whether there is going to be see-through chain link fences or those vinyl fences that are put there are going to be in place.
Well, the plan has chain link fences going behind the back.
All right, and
For
I
the
will, I
area-
will tell you, I'm sorry to interrupt, after having looked at the photographs a little clearer, and they're just hard to get up, but there is all vinyl being utilized. The retention wall between the two parcels with the vinyl fence exists, and this.
Yes, it's on the
this-
plan, Mr. Chair.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
shows a vinyl fence, that fence between the two parcels.
All right. And if that helps any, there is a black chain link fence. It appears in one of the photographs. I think, Mr. Davis, I'm going to have Mr. Reed speak with you tomorrow concerning the layout. Since I didn't take the photographs, I don't know what they're of, but and the short answer is I'm only on the retention walls. I'm only seeing white vinyl fences, and it certainly is stepped up or stepped down fencing as the grade changes.
Well, that, Mr. Chairman, I believe that the step ones are not here for relief. The only ones we're asking for relief are the red ones that are depicted on the survey that Mr. Vega had up earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
So on the plan, those of, if you look on the lot number 41, both the east boundary line and the west boundary lines there is an indication that there are vinyl fences.
Correct.
Okay. But we do have to the rear or to the north of the property, there is a chain link fence. So we must have a combination of the two.
I think you're correct, Mr. Lazaro.
Okay, at least I can see that without my glasses even. Nonetheless, if there is, as I see it, if there's no opposition or people jumping up and down saying that it's all ugly stuff and they don't have it, but because of the reasons for safety and land stabilization, I don't admit to have any more questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lazaro. Is there anything further from the board on either application? Or, Mr. Carney, did you want to say, okay. I'm going to ask, I just would like to have the issue of the application clarified by the board's planner tomorrow. I don't, Mr. Davis, I will close it for decision subject to that input from the planner, or I'll hold it open. I don't want to delay the client's application. I'll take whatever input you'd like here.
Close it would be just fine, Mr. Chairman, and I'll
All
speak
right.
to Ms. Reed, and I have a letter I have to get to Ms. Riccardi. I'll get that to her this evening.
All right. So we'll close it subject to those items, and that discussion will include, obviously, you also, Mr. Davis. So I'm going to ask the board if there's nothing further for a motion to close the application.
Close.
Second.
Motion and second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Good to see you again, Mr. Davis.
Thank you. You have a good evening.
Thank you.
Case number 43, Cynthia Kelleher, 1 Clark Avenue, Holtzville, located on the northwest corner, Clark Avenue and Ross Avenue, Holtzville. Applicant requests front yard setback from Ross Avenue and rear yard variances for proposed in-ground swimming pool located in the front yard.
Mr. Chair, I have Peter Booth for the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega.
I'm Dunright Pools. I also have the applicant.
I guess you can promote the applicant also.
Oh,
Mr.
you got it
Booth?
now?
Yes, I think that we can hear you. I'm just waiting for some video.
Okay.
And it looks like you are
I am.
voting, Mr. Booth.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. You are appearing. Do you have anything in front of your camera? Or does it have something that closes over it? Because you're coming up with it as a speaker box, but just there's nothing in it.
Oh, I don't know.
All right. Well, we all recognize your voice. I don't want to take too much time here. Your client, the applicant, is also attending. Is that for the purpose of viewing the proceeding, or did you want them to participate?
Well, they can speak if they like it.
All right. So they're being promoted also. Let's just give it a moment.
Mr. Chair, I've asked to unmute and
they're not?
And start the video, and they have not. Oh, there he is.
All right. Mr. Keller, we can see you. Would you like to unmute yourself? Very good, sir. Can you hear us now?
I can hear you.
All right. You have Mr. Booth from Dunright Pools here representing you. I'm going to just take the moment to ask you both to give your attention to the board's attorney to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
I do.
All right, then, Mr. Booth, what did you want to present here?
All right, Mr. Keller comes before the board requesting a front yard setback as well as a rear yard setback or side yard. The situation that he has back there, as you notice, he has a septic tank, which makes it limited as to where the pool can be placed. And also that front yard setback off of Ross Avenue, which is a road that is not opened. So it's a paper road. So we're requesting 9 foot off the paper road as well as an 8 foot off the rear. And I put it before the board. Should you have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Booth. Questions from the board?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Bergson?
So this is, Ross Avenue is not open. I see from the aerial, when it was up, that it's a well-developed area. So if it's not open now, there doesn't seem to be a lot of reason to open it. So it's not likely to happen in the future.
No.
Additionally, even if it was, it would probably be another 10 feet to the roadway from the property line.
Correct.
Has there been any input from any of the neighbors? I wouldn't think so. There's a paper street between the rear yard neighbors as well.
Yeah, there's no objection from any of the surrounding neighbors. They get along very well.
Mr. Chairman, I have nothing else.
Thank you, Mr. Bergson. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve the application as submitted type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Lazaru. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keller.
Case number 44, Bernadette Clark, 180 East Lakewood Street, Patchogue. Property is located on the south side of Lakewood Street, 600 feet east of Medford Avenue, Patchogue. Applicant requests side yard variance for proposed above-ground swimming pool.
Mr. Chairman, I have also Peter Booth for the applicant. I also have the applicant, Bernadette Clark.
Why don't we bring up Ms. Clark?
Hello?
Yes, Ms. Clark, we can hear you and you can see us. Very good.
Hi.
It's good to see you. Your representative, Mr. Booth, is here. He's
Thank
going to
you.
present your case. If you'd like to say something, just let us know. Mr. Booth, your appearance for the record, please.
Yes, good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ms. Clark comes before the board requesting a side yard variance. As you notice, the property is a very small piece of property. It's only 50 foot wide. We're requesting an 8 foot side yard instead of the required 15, which is going to give us a setback of 6 foot off the side garage. As far as moving the pool, it's very difficult to move. In fact, it was brought to my attention after I had received this survey, which I apologize to the board, but there is a cesspool in the vicinity just behind the deck area. It's approximately 8 foot off the deck. So, I mean, moving the pool up is really not going to accomplish anything. There's no place where it can go. So I'll put it before the board. Should you have any questions, just requesting an 8 foot side yard.
Thank you. Mr. Vega, can I ask you to please put up the aerial for the board to see? And I'll ask the board for questions.
Shannon?
Yes, Mr. Mazzarella.
Okay. All right, so this is a proposed pool, right?
That's correct.
I'm trying to get an idea what that is actually near the garage right now.
Apparently that may have been a pool at one time, an above ground pool, but it's certainly not there now.
This looks like, I mean, by viewing the survey, it appears to be an oval shape, correct?
That's correct.
And obviously, it's nice to have you because you'll be doing the installation, you or your company. And I would just request a little bit more information regarding the pool itself. So, I understand it's above ground, but, what about access in and out of the pool, decking, and et cetera?
There'll just be an outside ladder going up in and out of the pool. As far as the decking is concerned, it's not going to, infringe on the garage side of the house or the around the pool itself. It's not going to be any type of a hazard whatsoever. It'll just be a ladder in and out of the pool.
Okay, so that was my question. So no plan for any decking, because obviously, you're really tight in there, and you know, my concern would be any type of decking, and have you right up on the property line there.
Right.
Okay, so this isn't the type of pool that comes with the decking around
No.
it or anything. This is
No.
right. The plan is for a pool with a ladder in, ladder out access.
That's correct.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Mazzarella. Is there anything further from the board on the application? Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to approve the application as submitted, type 2.
Motion is by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks for participating, Mrs. Clark.
Thank you very
Bye-bye.
much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Case number 46, Joseph Bumpastor and Brianna Fox, care of Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson. Property is located on the northeast corner of Barrow Place and Beebe Place, Blue Point. Applicant requests front yard setback from Beebe Place and rear yard variances for proposed one-story residence addition with basement. Also, minimum side yard variance for proposed attached garage addition.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Mr. Vito, we can see you. Can you hear us?
Ken, hi, Mr. Chairman, members of the board.
It's good to see you. Let's have you sworn in so we can take your appearance.
Solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Very good. Your appearance for the record, please.
Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
Thank you, Mr. Vito. It appears as though the applicant's proposing 2 additions to the house. Can you tell us a little bit about them, please?
Okay, so my client is proposing to erect a one-story addition on the east and west side of their home. The purpose of the renovation is to create additional living space and for a more formal layout. The addition to the west will be a master bedroom and a formal living room. The addition to the east will be a much-needed garage. The property is on a corner, which creates 2 front yards. The unique layout does create a hardship when considering improvement. The applicant is proposing the addition at the front yard of Beebe Place in an effort to minimize the effect on the neighboring properties to the north. The proposed addition will maintain a 16-foot setback from the front property line. However, it will be approximately 23 feet from the actual pavement of the road. Additionally, Beebe Place is a dead end, and therefore there is not a lot of moving traffic passing by the subject. With that said, the proposed addition will not create any obstruction to traffic. The addition to the east will be a garage, which will provide much needed storage area for their cars. While the addition will be 8 feet from the side property line, it should be noted that the home to the east is located on a radius and positioned at an angle which curves away from the subject. Additionally, we have received a letter from Mr. Bertrand, who is the owner of the neighboring property, wherein he states his support of the application. In researching the surrounding area, we have found that in this neighborhood, there are a mixture of different lot and house sizes, some which are similar to the subject as it exists and some which are similar to the subject as proposed. The addition will not create an undesirable change to the neighborhood, in my opinion. I've located several prior grants similar to the relief we are requesting today, and I've also located similar existing homes for the board's review. I've submitted these aerial photos, grants, a copy of the letter from the neighbor, and the proposed plans and photos to of the subject to Ms. Ricciardi for the board's review. And I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Questions from the board? All right. I do note from looking at the aerial that there are several similar setbacks to Beebe Place along the roadway. What is that structure going to be used for?
So the addition that's going to be to the west side of the property, hold on, let me look at the survey, I might be saying that backwards. The addition that's going to be to the west side of the property, that's going to be a master bedroom to the rear and to the front a living room. Mr. Chairman, I did submit a copy of the floor plan, the proposed floor plan to Ms. Ricciardi if you wanted to take a peek at it.
Yes, in fact, I did take a peek at it. I just wanted to just get it on the record. I figured you were the best person to do that. And the opposite addition is for a garage. You're seeking minimum side yard holding 8 feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything further. Is there anything further from the board?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
On that
Mr. Wisdom.
proposed one-story addition, there's going to be a basement underneath that?
Yes,
All right, so this will conform with the neighborhood?
it will. In my opinion, it will.
Thank you.
If there's nothing further, I'll note for the record, the application is subject to Chapter 78A of the code, and I'll ask the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair, make a motion to approve the application for 78A. It's type 2 action.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I actually
Mr.
take
Vito,
that back? I'll see you soon.
you have actually you have one other.
Yeah.
We'll get to you very shortly.
Thanks.
Case number 48, Anna Goncalves, care of Andrew Malguanera. Property is located on the northeast corner, Cedar Oaks Avenue and Blue Point Road, Farmingville. Applicant requests rear yard variances for existing one-story residence addition not built in conformance with permit number 246773 and for 2 existing sheds. Front yard setback variance from Cedar Oaks Avenue for existing 7 by 11 foot roof over porch with steps, and permission for existing shed located in the front yard, Blue Point Road.
Mr. Chair, I have Andrew Malguanera for the applicant. I also have Ms. Anna Goncalves.
We'll have you promote them both, please.
I believe you can hear Mr. Malguanera, but I can't
Yeah.
see him.
The video is not working again.
Well, we have you for some and not for others. That's okay.
Yep.
We can still hear you.
Yep.
I think your client is attending also. Is that for the purposes of
Just hanging
viewing?
out. Just wanted to
All
see
right.
it. Yep.
All right, then, Andrew, you've been sworn. I'll just start with your appearance for the record.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, agent for the applicant.
All right, this is case number 48. You are here for a couple of sheds and a one-story addition and a porch.
Yes.
Talk to us about those.
All right. So, I mean, the sheds are not tremendous in size. They're just kind of, the height is fine. They're slightly bigger than allowed for that setback. They are, built into and around the concrete. So, to move them would just basically be tearing them down, and that would be a hardship. They don't have an adverse effect on the neighborhood. The shed over in the corner on the of the lot has been there for almost 20 years now. Has been no issues with it. And we're just legalizing it as is. As far as the front roof over goes, it just enhances the house and has no adverse effects on the neighborhood. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you. Mr. Vega, could we see the aerial and maybe concentrate on that shed in the front yard?
Mhm.
All right, so I saw Blue Point Road. I imagine that it was a 2-lane roadway. There is distance between the property line and the actually paved portion of the roadway. Survey showing us fairly well vegetated. Is that shed visible?
It's visible to an extent, but not, I don't think you really notice it if you're driving down the street, and it's in the back corner. So it's not it's not affecting traffic in any way.
All right. Is there anything further from the board on this application? Does the board have a motion?
I'll make a motion to grant the application type 2.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Wisdom, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. I think that, Mr. Vega, you can. I'm sorry. Mr. Malguanera has case 49, so that's fine. I was
Case
going to say
number-
leave him.
Case number 49, Eden Rodriguez and Dominga Nicodemus de Rodriguez, care of Andrew Malguanera. Properties located on the east side of Huron Street, 250 feet south of Clinton Avenue, Port Jefferson Station. Applicant requests minimum and total side yard variances for existing one-story residence addition. Also rear yard variance for existing roof over wood deck.
Mr. Malguanera, are you still with us?
I am.
Very good. Just start with your appearance for the record and talk to us about this application.
Andrew Malguanera, 713 Main Street, Port Jefferson, agent for the applicant. So what we have here is a addition on the side of the house, not built by my client. They bought the house like this, and we believe it's been there for over 15 years. It's an extension of a bedroom and bathroom on the house. it more or less, there are houses on the block and the block behind that are close to the same, have similar setbacks. Again, it's been there for, over 15 years, so we don't, there hasn't been an issue, so we don't really see it having a problem with the neighborhood. The deck is, has been there for a while. Again, not built by my client, inherited that way, and it's just trying to legalize it and conform with the town's rules and regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Malganera. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cunha?
How are you, Mr. Malguanera?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Not bad. I got a question here on this house.
Yes.
The one-story addition you said is been there for 15 years. It's an extension of a bedroom, you said?
Yeah, well, yeah, we pulled up,
So
my client didn't build it, so I don't have the exact date, but I do, looking at the historic aerials, I did see it 15 years ago. It could be even older as far as I know, but I saw at least 15 years. And we did have someone go look at it for drawing purposes, and it's a bathroom and a bedroom.
Okay, so this is what, a saltbox colonial, or is it a Cape?
It's a colonial.
It is a saltbox colonial. Okay, so you have half of it's 2 stories and the other part.
Yeah, most of it's 2-story. This actually no, the whole thing is 2-story, and that addition is just 1.
Okay, because your survey shows 2 stories in the front and 1 in the back.
Right. Along the entire front, it's 2-story.
Okay, so it's a reverse saltbox. Okay, got it. And so you have bedrooms. You have maybe 2 bedrooms upstairs, and this is your 3rd bedroom and bathroom downstairs. So I'm assuming that's more like a master. Is that correct?
I don't know for sure about it being a master. But I'd be lying to you if I said I knew. But it's definitely. I don't think it's a master. Let's put it that way. I think it's just a normal bedroom.
It's just a bathroom and a bedroom. Okay. Right. Now the roofed over deck. How long has that been there?
Again, I don't know. As my client didn't build it, I see it over 7 years. Again, it may be longer.
Okay, and the roofed over deck is used how?
Just standard entertaining space with with the roof for shade. Nothing crazy.
Is it enclosed in any way, shape, or form? Screens?
No, just a roof over the deck.
Just a roof over the deck. Okay, and you said you don't know how long. At least 7 years.
Yeah, at least. Again, looking at aerials, my client didn't have anything to do with building it.
Now, are there other decks similar to this one in the area?
Just 30. Having. I can imagine there is. 30 feet is pretty decent for. The deck itself wouldn't need a variance, just the roof over it. So that being said, I don't see it. Not conforming with the area in any way, from my experience.
Okay, and you did speak during your testimony about the 1-story addition on the north side that there are other properties you've seen in the area that have a similar setback.
Right, looking through aerials, if you want to pull them up, you could see some setbacks. Number 5 and 7 behind it. Right there. Number 3 behind it. Number 1. There are small side yard setbacks in the area.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cunha. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Lindsay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Malganara.
Case number 50, Michael and Judith Keene, 8 Ambassador Lane, Selden. Property is located on the west side of Ambassador Lane, 244 feet north of Galaxy Lane, Selden. Applicant requests side yard variance for above-ground swimming pool, not built in conformance with permit number 13B 092760. Also rear yard variance for existing pool deck.
Mr. Chairman, I believe I have Michael Keene, the applicant.
Thank you, Mr. Vega.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, sir. Looking for your audio. I'm sorry, I'm still looking for your video, and now we see you. Very good.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. May I ask you to give your attention to the board's attorney, John Doyle, and he will swear you in.
Do solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes,
I do.
Very good. Let's just start with your name and address.
Michael and Judith Keane, Keane, number 8, Ambassador Lane, Selden.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate you waiting to be heard on this application. What would you like to tell us specifically?
Well, we bought our house in 1974, and when we bought the house, there was an existing above-ground pool. Now, over the years, we've replaced it 2 or 3 times, and I added a deck myself in 1978. But now I'm looking for relief on some side yard and rear, in other words, it's too close to the property lines.
Yes. Yes, your application calls for a side yard variance for the pool. 13 feet you're holding where 15 feet is required. So you're just here for 2 feet. It appears as though what I'm not seeing, and maybe I have to read it again. Oh, and rear yard for the existing pool deck, because the deck is holding 12 feet, and again, the same 15 feet is required. So you built the deck, obviously not knowing of the 15-foot requirement.
No,
Yeah. That's it. You got it.
All right, yes, we've all let him talk. Questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Lindsay?
Good evening, folks. So how long have you had the pool there?
1974.
Wow. Okay, no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Lindsay. Is there anything further from the board? Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application type 2 as presented and enjoy your pool for the rest of summer.
Thank you, everybody. Thank
Motion is by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Mr. and Mrs. Keene, thank you very much for spending time with us today.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, bye-bye. All right, board members, that would conclude the 4 p.m. interval calendar. I'd like to move directly into the holdover calendar because we only have 1 case on it this evening. And if it's okay with everyone, we'll have Ms. Riccardi make the call.
Case number 37 of March 11th, 2020, 1 Pond Drive LLC, care of Woodhull Expediting. Property is located on the east side of Pond Drive, 27 feet south of Creekside Drive, Middle Island. Applicant requests side yard variance for existing shed.
Mr. Chair, I have Amy DeVito for the applicant.
Yes, thank you. Ms. DeVito, you've returned. I see that you are going to talk to us about this shed. Just let's start with your appearance for the record.
Sure. Amy DeVito, Woodhull Expediting, 1031 Main Street, Port Jefferson, New York, 11777.
All right, and you are here for one of the 2 sheds. I believe it is the smaller of the 2 because it appears as though it just catches the required side yard.
Actually, we're here for the larger of the 2.
The larger one because of the setback?
Yeah, it has to maintain the 10 feet because of the size, and it's only maintaining, I think it's 7 point. Well, let me go to the survey so I can tell you that because I can't see the one. On
Yeah, the survey I can't read the setback on.
Very tiny. 7.8 is its closest point to the side yard line.
7.8 with 10 is required. Questions from the board? I don't hear a question. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to grant the application as presented, type 2.
Motion by Mr. Cunha, seconded by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, board members, we do have still a number. Thank you, Mr. Vito. Good night. We have a number of attendees. I think Mr. Vegas attempting to find out what case they're on. And I don't want to leave this platform until we know that we've heard from everyone. So just bear with us a moment.
Mr. Chair, I do not know which case Miss Judy McGrath is on, but other than Jim Gleason, who's here to listen on a postponed case, there is no other person.
All right, so I see that you reached out to Ms. McGrath and asked what case she's here on. We'll give her a moment to respond. If I don't have a response, then I have no choice but then to ask the board to recess. All right, so I don't see that there is a response. So I'm going to suggest that we, well, first let me make a motion to recess.
So moved.
Motion second, have been made. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Is there a motion to resume the hearing?
So moved.
Motion second, have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Board members turning to today's worksheet, page number 6. Case number 14, the name of R&P Mall LLC. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to grant the application as presented.
Second.
As a type 2 action, Mr. Lindsay, motion by Mr. Lindsay, seconded by Mr. Bergson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Turning to page 8. Case number 28, in the name of Tim Arnold. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Granted, subject to Chapter 81, Type 2.
Motion by Mr. Cunha,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries to page 21. Case number 7 of September 11, 2019, the name of Ron King Corp. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the decision is a new application may be filed.
Motion is by Mr. Lazaru,
Second.
seconded by Mr. Mazzarella. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The record should reflect that Mr. Cunha has recused. Motion carries 6 in favor with 1 recusal. Finally, board members, to page 23. Case 29 of May 20, 2020, in the name of Glennis Duran Domenico. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, move to grant as amended to eliminate in the internal shower in shed and part of the request that refers to, quote, on lot without principal structure.
Mr. Bergson, let me stop you there, and I apologize for that. I'm going to ask you to withdraw that motion if you could.
Okay.
And then just to the top of the page, case 29 of May 20, 2020, in the name of Glennis Duran Domenico. Does the board have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, motion is denied pursuant to findings and facts and conclusions.
Motion by Mr. Mazzarella, seconded by Mr. Wisdom. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. To the bottom of the page, case 40 of May 6, 2020, in the name of David and Delphine Darman. Does the board have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I move to grant the application as amended to eliminate, quote, internal shower and, quote, in shed and the part of the request that refers to, quote, on lot without principal structure and, quote, subject to deeding of parcels to create merger, subject to Chapter 81, Type 2 action.
Motion is by Mr. Bergson, seconded by Mr. Cunha. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Does the board have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
Motion second have been made. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Good to see you all. Have a good evening.